Chapter 1406. Zhu Yi came back and went into seclusion to refine the Chaos Divine Crystal. Beast God also went into seclusion to refine the Chaos Divine Crystal. Countless lower grade 9 martial artists went into seclusion, preparing to break through to upper grade 9. Beast God and Zhu Yi were prepared to break through to grade 9 Supreme. Since Yi Qinghan insisted, the two of them had no choice but to start refining the Chaos Divine Crystal. Although the two of them could reach grade 9 Supreme after refining it, they weren't used to refining someone else's crystal. Moreover, they couldn't have any breakthroughs in the future. Martial artists cultivated for their entire lives. What they pursued was the thrill of continuous improvement and breakthroughs. If they knew that they couldn't have any breakthroughs in the future, life would be meaningless. There would be less fun and anticipation. That was why Zhu Yi and Beast God Ice Queen refused to refine the Chaos Divine Crystal. However, Yi Qinghan clearly didn't want to participate in the battle. Xiao He was impulsive. Zhu Yi and Beast God had to follow. The two of them could only refine it helplessly. Yi Feihu had already refined the Chaos Divine Crystal. His strength reached grade 9 Supreme. Zhu Yi was transferred back. Someone had to take charge there. That was why she immediately comprehended the demonic plane. Yi Qinghan returned to Flame Dragon City. Xiao He also went to the demonic plane. Although the Fairy King was trapped in War Emperor Palace by Yi Qinghan and knew that the Fairy King didn't have the guts to attack the demonic plane, they still had a few grade 9 Supreme. They had to be careful. Yao Yao and the group of juniors went to the demon world. They fought with the demons countless times. Later on, something happened to Yao Yao and Yi Zishi. After they returned, they were all well behaved. They stayed in Flame Dragon Sacred City and cultivated. Yi Qinghan went into seclusion again. Although he didn't know what Pan Xing was plotting, Yi Qinghan felt a deep sense of danger. He had to work hard to make himself stronger. The stronger the better. The most important thing now was to comprehend the remaining 3 laws of metal, wood, and water to great success. Yao Ji went into seclusion too. With her help, Yi Qinghan's cultivation speed would double after he entered the 5th level of soul quietude. Because all of the major figures of the immortal realm had gone into seclusion, the atmosphere in the immortal realm had become heavy. Countless people began to quietly go into seclusion, rubbing their palms and rubbing their palms, preparing for battle. Pan Xing, if you do this, more than half of the experts in the Pan realm will die. You've already made a mistake in the past. Are you still going to be obsessed with it? On the peak of Mount Pan, Pan Shi looked at Pan Xing with disappointment. Pan Xing didn't even glance at her. When Pan Shi was so angry that her body trembled and was about to speak again, Pan Xing said coldly, "You've already missed it once back then? What did I do wrong?" Pan Shi, I think you're wrong, ridiculously wrong. Pan Shi's face turned red and she said angrily, "Do you still think you were right?" Pan Huang said that everything in this world has its own cycle of reincarnation. We just need to ensure that Pan realm is not destroyed and that the cycle of life is not destroyed. If it weren't for me stopping you, the entire divine world would have been annihilated. You are destroying the natural operation of the Tao of Samsara. Now, you are forcing countless planes to participate in the war for a groundless matter. If this continues, the population and experts of the Pan realm will die in large numbers. Die in large numbers? So what if I destroy half of the lives in the Pan realm? Pan Xing laughed coldly. The murderous aura on his body condensed the air. He said arrogantly, as long as Pan realm is not destroyed, even if a civilization is destroyed, even if all the lives in that plane perish, so what? Heaven and earth Yuan Qi can continuously give birth to new lives. In less than 10,000 years, countless races can evolve. In less than 100,000 years, this plane can be occupied by all kinds of races. In 1,000,000 years, a deity realm expert will appear in this plane. After 1,000,000 years, this plane will regain its prosperity. Back then, the god world was destroyed by this emperor and suffered great losses. Didn't they become stronger now? I am in charge of the laws and punishments of heaven and earth in Pan Realm. The first thing I need to do is to ensure that Pan Realm is not destroyed. You need to control the reincarnation path and ensure that the cycle of life is not destroyed. We each have our own responsibilities and will not interfere with each other. I want to ensure that Pan Realm is not destroyed and that the laws of heaven and earth are not chaotic. Therefore, I need to destroy all the dangerous factors that can break the laws and destroy Pan Realm. As long as Pan Realm is not destroyed and the laws of heaven and earth are not chaotic, so what if all the lives in the plane are destroyed? After millions of years, Pan Realm will naturally regain its prosperity. Pan Xing spoke passionately, then asked Pan Shi, "You always say that I am reckless. Let me ask you, did Pan Huang say anything when I annihilated the divine world's powerful beings back then?" Pan Huang didn't give any orders. What does this mean? It means that he has tacitly approved of my actions. You are twisting words and forcing logic. Pan Shi was infuriated by Pan Xing's words. She shook her head in disappointment and said, "Pan Xing, you are bedeviled. You are no longer suitable to manage Pan Realm. You are obviously afraid that there will be experts stronger than you in this plane and that they will take your position. You are afraid that the lives in Pan Realm, which you see as ants, will be on equal footing with you and even stand above you. Pan Realm's destruction? With Pan Huang around, can Pan Realm be destroyed? Why didn't Pan Huang give any orders? Because he has never cared about Pan Realm's matters. When have you ever seen him interfere with Pan Realm's matters? Turn back, Pan Xing. If you go on like this, you will really be bedeviled. By then, no one will be able to save you." Laughable, extremely laughable. Pan Xing raised his head and laughed wildly. He didn't care whether Pan Shi was right or wrong, and he didn't look at Pan Shi again. His eyes were filled with coldness as he glanced around the dimensional battlefield and said arrogantly, "The ants in Pan Xing's world dare to stand on my head? I am in charge of Pan Realm's natural laws. I have the right to kill and seize the lives in Pan Realm. Who can be my match? No matter what you say, don't even think about changing my will. Also, Pan Shi, I am warning you. You can care about your reincarnation, but don't interfere with my matters. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you." After saying this, Pan Xing walked straight into his small wooden house. The wooden door closed silently, leaving Pan Shi alone on the empty peak of Pan Mountain. Pan Huang has been here for so many years. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Pan Shi's beautiful face, which could dazzle the eyes of all the men in the world, was full of worry. She looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. Pan Xing has been bedeviled. Pan Huang, what should I do? That Emperor Han Yi of the divine world, it seems that he is the next divine Emperor Supreme you mentioned, but, if this goes on, he will be discovered by Pan Xing sooner or later. His strength has not reached the level of divine Emperor Supreme. What if he is killed by Pan Xing? Pan Huang, what do you want me to do? Please give me your decree. This Emperor Han Yi from the divine world has reached the upper level of the 9th grade in such a short time. It seems that he is definitely going to be the next Supreme God Emperor. Pan Shi's eyes brightened. She looked towards the divine world and cried out in surprise. Her eyes flickered and became firm. She said softly, "No, I can't watch him die. I have to remind him not to enter the plain battlefield." Pan Shi looked back at Pan Xing's wooden house. She took a step forward and instantly appeared thousands of miles away. Then, she took another step forward and disappeared from the plain battlefield. Chapter 1407. He comprehended the 6 high-level mysteries of the metal element several thousand years ago. I reckon it won't be long before he comprehends the ultimate mystery of the metal element. Little Han, your comprehension speed really leaves me speechless. If I was 1/10 as freakish, I would be a 9th grade elite by now. In the War Imperial Palace, Yao Ji sat cross-legged on the jade bed and looked at Yi Qinghan, who was cultivating. Her face was full of admiration and envy, but she wasn't too surprised, because she was already numb to it. The comprehension of laws was always a pain in Yao Ji's heart. She could use the restrictions to resist 9th-grade cultivators, and she could even use the restrictions in the Nifa's abyss to fight 9th-grade supremes. However, it was a pity that she couldn't reach 9th grade or above. She had already comprehended most of the restrictions in the War Imperial Palace. She would have to comprehend it herself in the remaining time. A master could lead the way, but cultivation depended on the individual. She still needed a lot of time to reach the level of restrictions in the War Imperial Palace. That little girl from the seductress tribe is quite honest. She has actually cultivated for more than 10,000 years. Little Han said that her strength has already reached 9th grade Supreme Being, and that she used the supreme technique of the seductress tribe and sacrificed several Supreme Beings to reach that level. Why is she still cultivating? Can she break through? Yao Ji probed Yao Fei through the restrictions in the War Imperial Palace, then looked at Yi Qinghan with a dubious smile. Yi Qinghan had only told Yao Ji about Yao Fei's existence. Although his explanation was very clear, Yao Ji still had her suspicions. Locking a ruler from a different plane in the War Imperial Palace, and saying that she didn't want to go back, and wanted to stay here until she became stronger before seeking revenge. Even saying that he had released her a few times, but she came looking for him. He didn't want to become enemies with the seductress plane, so he couldn't kill her or release her, and could only lock her up. How old did he think everyone was? So gullible? If it weren't for Yi Qinghan's solemn vow and the fact that she couldn't afford to offend him, the enchantress would definitely laugh in front of him and express her strong doubts. Just as Yao Ji was smiling and shaking her head, preparing to continue comprehending the profound mysteries, Yao Fei, who was in her chamber, suddenly woke up. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and arrogance as she shouted towards the room, "Emperor of the Divine World, come out. This Empress has broken through. This Empress wants to fight to the death with you." The moment Yao Ji heard this, she was bewildered. She had thought that this woman was someone Yi Qinghan had kept as a mistress and was planning to slowly tame. But to think that this woman would not break out of the Battle Emperor Palace to escape despite her strength. It was evident that she had feelings for Yi Qinghan. Thus, she glanced over and saw that Yi Qinghan was still in seclusion. Afraid that Yao Fei would disturb him, she controlled the restriction and teleported over. When Yao Fei saw that Yi Qinghan did not appear, but a beautiful woman appeared instead, she raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, "Who are you?" "I want to find your emperor. Have him come out." Yao Ji smiled and said, "The emperor is in seclusion, I'm afraid he can't come out right now." "Miss, are you the ruler of the Fei race?" "This empress is." "I'm not looking for you. Have your emperor come out. I want to fight to the death with him." Yao Fei was too lazy to waste words with Yao Ji. "Miss, I don't want to criticize you, but you are not a match for the emperor. In fact, you are not even a match for Emperor Xiaohe," Yao Ji said with a smile. She thought that Yao Fei was a little girl who wanted to quarrel with Yi Qinghan. Yao Fei coldly snorted and said, "Cut the crap. How will you know if you don't fight? Are you going to call me or not? If you don't, I'll smash his spatial divine tool." Yao Ji shook her head and continued to smile. "I said the emperor is in seclusion." Pung! A wind blade shot out from Yao Fei's body, slamming into the wall. In an instant, the restrictions within the Battle Emperor Palace began to flicker. Luckily, Yao Fei controlled her strength. Otherwise, the Battle Emperor Palace really would have been destroyed by her attack. Xiao! In the next second, Yi Qinghan appeared in the room. When he saw that Yao Fei had not attacked Yao Ji, he sighed in relief. Then, he said angrily, "Yao Fei, do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Yao Fei was not afraid in the slightest. She continued to glare at Yi Qinghan with hatred, and said, "If you want to kill me, you'll know after we fight. The one who dies might not be me. Fine, I'll grant your wish. Let's go out and fight." Yi Qinghan controlled the restrictions within the Battle Emperor Palace and brought Yao Fei out of the Battle Emperor Palace. Then, he shouted to her, "Let's fight in the boundless void." Yao Fei nodded, and the two of them flew into the sky. In an instant, they had flown out of the boundless void. Yao Ji, who had teleported out, blinked and murmured in a daze, "Could it really be as Little Han said? That this king of the demonic tribe is sick?" Yao Fei was naturally not sick. However, she was injured at this moment. She had suffered a vicious palm strike from Yi Qinghan, and all the bones in her body had been shattered. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body was plastered to a material plane outside the immortal realm. She was on the verge of death. "Are you satisfied now? Are you convinced? With your strength, I can suppress you with a flip of my hand. You won't be able to surpass me even if you cultivate for several lifetimes. Do you understand?" Yi Qinghan said fiercely as he glared at the pale-faced Yao Fei. If she had dared to hurt Yao Ji just now, or dared to act recklessly after leaving the immortal realm, Yi Qinghan would definitely have smacked her to death with his palm. However, Yao Fei completely ignored him. She sat cross-legged on the source power outside the material plane and healed her injuries. Then, she said nonchalantly, "Of course I'm not convinced. One day, I'll be able to kill you. Alright, send me back. I'm going to continue cultivating." "Back? Back where?" Yi Qinghan blinked in confusion. However, Yao Fei rolled her eyes and said, "Back to your spatial divine item, of course." Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. After a moment's hesitation, he immediately cursed, "Motherf **Ker, which part of me is your home? If you're not going to send me back, then kill me. Or I can go to the immortal realm to cultivate." Yao Fei said coldly with an indifferent expression. The hatred in her eyes was still etched into her bones. Yi Qinghan realized that he had no way of dealing with Yao Fei. Yao Fei clearly had the chance to capture Yao Ji to threaten him today, but she had not done so. This made him even more reluctant to kill her. Letting her go to the immortal realm to cultivate was even more impossible. In the end, he could only embarrassingly throw her into the War Emperor's palace. After staying in the endless void for a while, Yi Qinghan became extremely interested in Yao Fei. This was because he realized that Yao Fei's strength had actually increased slightly. Yao Fei did not seem like someone who would lie. Moreover, her words and actions were like those of a little girl who did not understand the ways of the world. If she was not lying to him, then her strength had indeed been forcibly raised by her tribe king and 3 grand elders through a supreme secret technique? Then how could her strength have increased now? A 9th grade supremacy. Even a normal 9th grade supremacy would find it extremely difficult to increase their strength by even a little, much less forcibly raise it. Was this like Yao Fei, who had refined the primal chaos divine realm? Yi Qinghan knew that if he went to ask Yao Fei, he would not be able to get any information out of her. He embarrassedly returned to the Flame Dragon City sky platform. There was only Yao Ji on the sky platform. It was clear that Yao Ji had forcefully sealed up the matter of Yao Fei. No one else had discovered it, or perhaps they had pretended not to have seen it. "Heavenly Emperor, what is going on with this queen of the Fei race?" Yao Ji asked as she looked at Yi Qinghan in confusion. From the conversation between Yi Qinghan and Yao Ji just now, Yao Ji had overturned the possibility that Yi Qinghan was keeping a mistress in his house. Yi Qinghan sighed, and activated the restrictions on the sky platform. He told Yao Ji everything that had happened with Yao Fei. Yao Ji fell silent after hearing this. After a moment, she raised her head and smiled, saying, "Little Han, do you want to know how Yao Fei increased her strength? I have a way." Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. At this moment, he desperately needed to increase his strength. Even a little bit would be good. He hurriedly asked, "What way?" "It's very simple." Yao Ji smiled seductively, and said, "You go and F*ck Yao Fei, Chapter 1408. F*ck, what kind of person do you think I am? Who do you think I am? That's a beast, that's a stud. I hate this kind of person the most." Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and pursed his lips. Yao Ji covered her mouth and giggled. She looked at Yi Qinghan seductively, and said, "I remember that you also said the same thing in the dimensional battlefield, right? Big sister Zhu Yi told us that you righteously rejected her proposal, but you ended up sleeping with Bing Mei, not long after?" Cough, cough. This is different. Let's not talk about this. Yi Qinghan laughed awkwardly, rubbed his hands, and said, "Bing Mei and I are a bit special. It was an accident, definitely an accident. What's more, Yao Fei and I aren't what you think we are. Can't you see that she hates me to the bone? Without love, where would hate come from? Little Han, you don't understand women at all." Yao Ji giggled, and said disapprovingly, "This Yao Fei clearly won't leave. You can't bring yourself to kill her, and she's determined to seek revenge on you. She won't be able to get revenge in this lifetime, so she'll follow you for the rest of her life? Instead of letting such a nuisance stay by your side, why don't you accept her? Accepting her would solve all your problems, and you could even obtain her supreme secret technique to increase your strength. Why not?" "Nonsense, no way. No way." Yi Qinghan waved his hands decisively. However, he subconsciously thought of Yao Fei's exquisite figure and appearance. However, when he thought of her gaze filled with hatred, he shivered all over. He shook his head, sighed, and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's go in and cultivate first." I was about to reach great accomplishment in the ultimate mystery of the metal element, but Yao Fei interrupted me. "Right, how long have I been cultivating in seclusion?" "You're about to reach great accomplishment." "Only 15,000 years. Yao Ji said with a smile. Her eyes were filled with joy. With your help, it'll be impossible not to cultivate quickly." Yi Qinghan chuckled. He originally wanted to bring Yao Ji into the Combat Emperor Palace, but his body suddenly stiffened and his pupils constricted. He looked at the pavilion on the north side of the balcony in disbelief. On the rooftop of the fiery dragon city, Yi Qinghan had completely imitated the rooftop of the soul-devouring city to commemorate Lord Devour. At the same time, he thought that sitting on this rooftop would make his heart more peaceful. To the south of the rooftop was a rack of grapes, which was where Yi Qinghan and the enchantress were sitting. The northern part of the rooftop was filled with flower pots with countless fresh flowers. There was a pavilion at the very edge, from which one could see the entire flame dragon city. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in the pavilion. The woman appeared without a sound, and it did not seem like she had teleported at all. There was not the slightest fluctuation in space, and it was as if she had always been standing in the pavilion. The woman was wearing a purple dress. She turned her face to Yi Qinghan, and she was gazing at the scenery of the flame dragon city. The woman was very beautiful, so beautiful that Yi Qinghan did not dare to look at her directly. He did not dare to have any thoughts of profanity. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens, without a trace of human aura. But that was not important. The most important thing was that this woman, Yi Qinghan, was very familiar. This face had appeared in his mind vaguely, but it was still fresh in his memory. It was unforgettable. The woman in purple. The woman in purple who had sent a message to him in the plain battlefield, asking him not to do anything. Yi Qinghan looked at Yao Ji next to him and found that she had actually fallen into a deep sleep. His face was even more frightening. He knew clearly that this was not a dream. Although the woman in purple didn't release any aura, Yi Qinghan immediately stood up, cupped his hands, and bowed. "Greetings, my lady. Of course, the woman in purple was Pan Shi. She had departed from the plain battlefield, but she didn't go directly to the god world. Instead, she had inspected each plane. As the god emperor supremacy, she controlled the reincarnation path of life in Pangaea. Of course, she had the right to inspect each plane, which wouldn't attract Pan Xing's attention. Of course, even if Pan Xing knew that Pan Shi had come out, he had no way to check her movements. Pan Shi was so confident about this. She couldn't be compared to Pan Xing in terms of competence, but Pan Xing couldn't compare to her in terms of supernatural abilities. Pan Shi turned around, her face indifferent. She said emotionlessly, "What's your name?" "My lady, I'm Yi Qinghan." Yi Qinghan's palms were sweaty. It had been years since he had felt such pressure. It was like the first time he had met Lord Devour in the Dark Castle. "Yeah, Yi Qinghan. You don't need to call me Lord. Just call me Pan Shi," said Pan Shi faintly. "What?" "Yes. Pan Shi. Fairy." Yi Qinghan clasped his fists to greet, thinking that it was indeed the case. Pan Xing, Pan Shi, and the old man in sackcloth, there were three god emperor supremacies. Pan Shi glanced at Yi Qinghan, her eyes as deep as the sea and as bright as the stars. It seemed she could read Yi Qinghan's mind. She said faintly, "You're right. I'm a god emperor supremacy, and so is Pan Xing. As for the old man in sackcloth, you'll know his identity later." "Yeah." Yi Qinghan felt that Pan Shi had seen through all of his secrets with just a glance. He felt his hair stand on end. Although he had so many questions, he didn't dare to ask anything. Pan Shi continued, "This time, I came here to tell you that you'd better not step into the planar battlefield in the future. With your strange strength, once Pan Xing finds out, you'll definitely die. Even I can't help you." "Thank you, Fairy Pan Shi." Yi Qinghan bowed deeply again. He finally understood why Pan Xing didn't notice him. It must be Pan Shi who helped him. But he didn't understand why Pan Shi, a god emperor supremacy, would help him. Could it be that she and Pan Xing were enemies? Also, why did Pan Xing want to kill him? Was it really because of his soul mutation? Yi Qinghan didn't dare to think about the cold boundary. He didn't know if Pan Shi knew about it or not, but he knew that Pan Shi could easily know what he was thinking. So, he didn't dare to think about it. As expected, Pan Shi easily knew what was on Yi Qinghan's mind. After a moment of silence, she said, "I know you have many questions, but you don't need to know them now. Just keep cultivating and don't step into the space battlefield. In the future, you'll understand everything." Yi Qinghan didn't dare to say more, but he still couldn't help but ask, "In the future? When is the next time? When your strength reaches the level of a god emperor or a supreme?" Yi Qinghan, cultivate hard. Pan Shi looks forward to our next meeting. Pan Shi smiled faintly. Her beauty was enough to topple cities. Even the flowers in the surroundings paled in comparison. Then, she took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept out and discovered that Pan Shi had actually disappeared from the divine world. Oh, Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept around a few times to make sure that Pan Shi had left. Only then did he wipe the cold sweat from his palms. He looked back at the sleeping Yao Ji and smiled bitterly. Pan Shi came and left quietly. She answered some of his doubts, but also brought him more doubts. Chapter 1409. After Pan Shi left, Yi Qinghan didn't wake Yao Ji up. Instead, he sat alone on the rooftop and began to ponder. Pan Shi came. Although she only said a few words, the information contained in her words was immense. At least, Yi Qinghan confirmed that there were three divine emperors, Pan Shi, Pan Xing, and the hemp-robed old man. Right, it seemed that the hemp-robed old man had a higher status. When Pan Shi mentioned the hemp-robed old man, she seemed to be very respectful. One thing was certain, Pan Xing knew of his situation and would definitely kill him. Or rather, if he made a move and was seen by Pan Xing, a great battle was unavoidable. However, there were even more doubts in Yi Qinghan's mind. Why did Pan Xing want to kill him? Why did Pan Shi help him? Why was Pan Shi so sure that he could cultivate to the level of a divine emperor? Was the hemp-robed old man friend or foe? What did the hemp-robed old man mean? After sitting on the rooftop for a long time, Yi Qinghan thought for a long time, but still couldn't come to a conclusion. 2 hours later, Yao Ji slowly woke up. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and she asked in confusion, "Little Han, why did I suddenly fall asleep?" "Hee, you must be too tired." Yi Qinghan smiled gently, pulled Yao Ji up, stroked her bangs, and said with a smile, "Let's go to the War Imperial Palace. I'm going into seclusion. Rest well and don't think too much." Yao Ji knew that she couldn't fall asleep from exhaustion. Moreover, she wasn't tired. However, since Yi Qinghan didn't want to explain, she didn't ask. After entering the War Imperial Palace, Yi Qinghan directly went into seclusion. Yao Ji looked at his chiseled face. Although she knew that he was hiding many secrets, she understood that Yi Qinghan wouldn't harm her. He was hiding things for her own good. Yi Qinghan came out of seclusion very quickly. He was about to master the metal element ultimate mystery, and if Yao Fei hadn't interrupted him, he would have mastered it in a few hundred years at most. After more than 800 years of seclusion, he opened his eyes. After coming out of seclusion, there was not the slightest hint of joy in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Instead, there was a solemn expression on his face. Beside him, the Yao Ji immediately put down the restriction book, and asked, "What's wrong, little Han?" He was stuck with the ultimate profound mystery of the metal element. "You haven't mastered it yet?" "No, it took a few days for it to reach greater mastery." Yi Qinghan shook his head. His brows furrowed and he sighed, "I'm in big trouble." "What big trouble?" The temptress raised her eyebrows. She knew that Yi Qinghan had a lot of secrets, but if he didn't say anything, she would never ask. Now that he had asked, the temptress was naturally concerned. "I don't know what to say. Let me take a look first." Yi Qinghan shook his head again and closed his eyes. This time, they were in big trouble. There was a problem with the Cold Realm. The Cold Realm had stopped evolving. 3 days ago, he had mastered the ultimate profound mystery of the metal element law. Yi Qinghan habitually probed the Cold Realm. However, he found that everything in the Cold Realm had stopped. The whirlpool of space had stopped rotating. The Cold Realm had stopped expanding. The countless planes inside had also stopped evolving. It was as if everything had frozen. This scared Yi Qinghan to death. The Cold Realm was the source of his power. If something happened to the Cold Realm, not only would he lose his strength, but he would also lose his life. Even if nothing happened and the evolution stopped, his strength wouldn't improve. If he had to face Pan Xing in the future, what could he use to fight him? However, he used his divine sense to probe the Cold Realm again and again. However, he didn't find anything. It was as if the Cold Realm had suddenly stopped revolving. The Cold Realm had become very big. It was as big as several hundred planes of the Immortal Realm. The biggest plane inside was as big as 1/10 of the Flame Dragon plane. Originally, everything was progressing in a good direction, but now, this sudden turn of events made Yi Qinghan tremble with fear. After searching a few more times, Yi Qinghan still didn't find anything. After pondering for a moment, he moved his mind and entered the Cold Realm. Yao Ji's pupils shrank. She felt that Yi Qinghan didn't use the War Imperial Palace's restrictions to teleport out. She swept the War Imperial Palace with her divine sense but didn't find Yi Qinghan. She couldn't help but be surprised. In the Cold Realm, Yi Qinghan stood in the air. He looked around. He looked at the stars in the sky, the planes of different sizes. He looked at the countless space whirlpools. He looked at the cold power dancing in the middle of the plains. He was extremely confused. He silently walked in the void, looking at the lifeless cold realm, feeling a little lost. With a thought, he entered the largest plain and stood on a barren land. Looking at the barren plain, he stood there silently for a long time without saying a word. Cold power, come. After a long time, Yi Qinghan shouted. A ball of cold power suddenly appeared in his palm. He casually smashed it in the air. Immediately, the space in the plain was torn apart. It almost broke the plain. Then, Yi Qinghan smashed the ground. Dust flew up. Yi Qinghan stood alone on the barren land. He looked at the slowly falling dust with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Water element, come. A moment later, Yi Qinghan made a grabbing motion with one hand. The water elements in the world rushed towards his hand and flowed downwards, turning into a stream, then into a pond, and finally into a vast ocean. Scatter. Earth element, come. Scatter. Metal element, come. After repeated practice, Yi Qinghan confirmed one thing. As long as he comprehended the ultimate mystery, the laws in the cold realm would be complete. The elements inside would be incomparably abundant. Is it because I haven't comprehended the laws of time? Has time stopped inside? Is that why it stopped expanding? Derivation? Yi Qinghan pondered for many days and came to this conclusion. However, the cold realm didn't have the laws of time. How could he comprehend the laws of time? After staying in the cold realm for half a month, Yi Qinghan still hadn't discovered anything. He could only leave the cold realm to see if he could comprehend the laws of time. Buzz! Yi Qinghan's sudden appearance in the War Emperor Palace gave Yaoji a fright. However, she also heaved a sigh of relief. Yaoji didn't say anything. She just looked at Yi Qinghan, waiting for his explanation. I'll explain it to you later. Let me think about it first. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly at Yaoji. He walked straight to the stone tablet of the laws of time. His eyes lit up. He began to comprehend the basic mysteries of the laws of time. The laws of time were divided into 5 basic mysteries: time force, time reversal, time acceleration, time stop, and time eternity. Yi Qinghan first looked at the stone tablet of the laws of time. However, after several hundred years, he still didn't comprehend anything. Yi Qinghan wasn't convinced. He turned and walked to the stone tablet of the laws of time stop. After 300 years, he still didn't make any progress. Time reversal, time acceleration, time eternity. Yi Qinghan spent more than 1,000 years, but there was no sign of comprehension of the laws of time. And the cold realm was still, without any signs of derivation. Yaoji, how long until the planar war starts? Yi Qinghan stopped comprehending and asked Yaoji. Yaoji calculated and said, about 20,000 years. 20,000 years. Come, let's go for a walk. Yi Qinghan stood up and said decisively. Where? Yaoji was stunned. Yi Qinghan blinked in confusion and said, the endless void. Let's go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. I want to figure out a problem and find an answer. Otherwise, my strength won't improve anymore. Chapter 14:10. Yaoji didn't say much, and the two of them flashed into the War Imperial Palace. Yi Qinghan summoned a group of people and told them that he was going to wander around. He had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, and he decisively didn't bring anyone else besides Yaoji. Zhu Yi and the Beast God had already refined the Chaos Divine Crystal, and their strength had reached 9th grade supremacy. In addition to Ice Queen Yi Feihu and Xiao He, there were many elites in the immortal realm, so Yi Qinghan wasn't worried. He took Yaoji to the Soul Emperor Pavilion and went to the Endless Void. Yao Fei was transported out and thrown into a side hall on the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yao Fei seemed to be in deep seclusion, and didn't realize that her cultivation place had changed. "Where are you going, little Han?" Yao Ji looked at Yi Qinghan inquiringly. Yi Qinghan shook his head, and said, "I'm just going to wander around, wherever I go. Just don't stray too far from the immortal realm. Send me to the top of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Keep an eye on Yao Fei, When she wakes up, tell me immediately." Yao Ji immediately teleported Yi Qinghan out. She furrowed her brows and continued to comprehend the restrictions. To her, there was no difference. The only difference was that the location of her comprehension had changed from the War Emperor Palace to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. However, she occasionally looked at Yi Qinghan at the top of the Soul Emperor Pavilion with some worry in her eyes. Yi Qinghan stood at the top of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, his eyes dazed, and he didn't move. He was in a strange state, and he began to search for a solution to the problem of the cold domain. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was neither fast nor slow, and it turned into a shooting star that wandered aimlessly in the endless void. Time passed quickly, and 20,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere of the immortal realm became even more solemn. Winds blew, and clouds flew. The planar war was about to begin. Countless elites gathered in Flame Dragon City, waiting for the planar war to begin. Countless martial artists in the immortal realm were excited. The overall strength of the immortal realm had increased greatly. Although no lower 9th grade sovereign had broken through to upper 9th grade in tens of thousands of years, and the news that Emperor Han Yi wouldn't participate had spread throughout the immortal realm. But the immortal realm had Emperor Xiao He, Ice Queen, Queen Zhu Yi, Beast God, and Yi Feihu. With 5 9th grade supreme martial artists, no one thought that the immortal realm would lose. If the divine world won, they would once again have the right to attack another plane. The demonic plane had already become the divine world's territory. The divine world's immigrants had already spread out there. After so many years, the divine world had completely occupied the demonic plane. If this planar war once again gave them the power to attack other planes and continue to occupy them, the God realm would very likely be restored to its former glory. Outside of the immortal world, it was a scene of joy. However, Flame Dragon City was covered in dark clouds. How could it be described with just the word worry? The planar wars would begin in half a year. Yi Qinghan had left for over 20,000 years and had yet to return. He hadn't even brought back a single piece of news. "Boss, where did you go? Didn't he say that he would return before the planar war?" I'm dying of anxiety." As an emperor of the divine world, Xiao He did not have the slightest demeanor of an emperor. His face was filled with irritation. On the rooftop of the Flame Dragon City Lord residence, the 5 9th grade supreme martial artists sat under the grape trellis. They had been waiting for several years, but there was no sign of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. No one responded to Xiao He's irritation. The other 4 subconsciously looked at the sky. Yi Qinghan had quietly become the pillar of support for all the experts in the divine world. Everyone felt that as long as Yi Qinghan was around, they did not need to worry about anything. Although Yi Qinghan had said that he would not participate in the war. But with Yi Qinghan overseeing the divine world, everyone would be extremely at ease if they went to participate in the war. In the Sealed God Valley, there was also a gloomy atmosphere. Although Yi Qinghan often went into closed-door training in the divine world, even if Yi Qinghan went into closed-door training for hundreds of thousands of years, no one would feel anything. Now that he had disappeared for 20,000 years, everyone felt empty and incomparably uneasy. Buzz. Finally, under everyone's anxious gazes, 3 months later, a golden 9-story pagoda broke through the sky of the divine world and slowly descended. The 5 people on the rooftop and the women in the Sealed God Valley were instantly overjoyed. They immediately flew out to welcome Yi Qinghan's return. However, only a bewitching woman walked out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yao Ji smiled bitterly and said, "The Heavenly Emperor is currently in closed-door training in the reincarnation plane. He sent me a message to ask Heavenly Emperor Xiao He to bring Queen Zhui, Ice Queen, and Lord Yi Feihu to participate in the war. Lord Beast God will oversee the divine world. In addition, the Heavenly Emperor also said that Zhui will be in charge of the planar battlefield. He also asked Heavenly Emperor Xiao He to listen to Queen Zhui's suggestions. Everyone looked at each other. However, since Yi Qinghan had sent a message back, everyone felt slightly relieved. Since Yi Qinghan had already given the order, there was nothing more to say. They started to make their own arrangements and prepare for the war. Xiao He asked anxiously, "Yao Ji, where is my boss? What happened? Why did he go out for tens of thousands of years?" Yao Ji smiled bitterly and said, "Little Han's cultivation has reached a bottleneck. He said he wants to travel around. Once this bottleneck is over, he will naturally return. He didn't tell me the specifics." Yi Qinghan's order was passed down. The divine world immediately moved. 1,000,000 Yi family soldiers started to charge toward Supreme Island. Xiao He brought Ice Queen, Zhu Yi, Yi Feihu, and the 3 upper grade 9s of the Water God tribe, Base Wind Moon Monarch, Pollock. With Yao Ji's help, they entered the Nifa's abyss and rushed towards the planar battlefield. "Zhu Yi, boss told me to listen to you. What do you think we should do? How should we fight this war?" After entering the planar battlefield, the Divine World Army stationed themselves outside the Demon Mountain. Wind Moon Monarch started to skillfully set up restrictions. The other grade 9s all entered Zhu Yi's spatial artifact. "When we reach the planar battlefield, you and Xiao He will bring Ice Queen into the Demon Mountain to kill alien beings. With Xiao He's ability, you can easily get 1.5 million points in 90 years. When we enter the final battle, don't join in. Just one Moon Queen will retreat." Zhu Yi thought back to what Yi Qinghan told Yao Ji to tell her. She took in a deep breath and said, "Once Wind Moon Monarch sets up the restrictions, we will scout the situation nearby. Emperor Xiao He, you, and Ice Queen will head into the Demon Mountain to collect points. The rest of you will defend here." Yi Feihu, Base Pollock, and the other 2 blinked their eyes and felt a little sad. Hearing Ice Queen's tone, the others who came to the planar battlefield were basically just decorations like last time. They all knew Emperor Xiao He's strength. If they entered the Demon Mountain, they would easily get 1.5 million points. When the final battle ended, they would just come here to sightsee. "Emperor Xiao He, bring me along." Base Pollock looked at Xiao He. He had refined the chaotic god crystal and his strength had reached peak grade 9. He was nearly grade 9 Supreme Elder. He felt that his strength had increased greatly and wanted to show off his skills. If there was any fun staying here. "No." Zhu Yi's brow furrowed and she said decisively. "Kid, Yi Feihu," and the Pollock immediately turned into frosted eggplants and became listless. Zhu Yi was appointed as the army's commander by Yi Qinghan. Xiao He listened to her and the things she decided couldn't be changed. A month later, Xiao He, Zhu Yi, and Ice Queen walked into the Demon Mountain under numerous bitter gazes and started to collect points. Chapter 14:11. On the peak of Mount Pan, the wooden door of the small wooden house on the right suddenly opened. Pan Xing was dressed in black and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was like lightning as he glanced around the Demon Mountain and sneered. He grinned coldly and said, "The 43 planes that we defeated last time are all here. I don't believe that I can't find you." Pan Shi was right. Pan Xing also knew that the 3rd God Emperor was about to be born. Moreover, it would be born from the living beings in the plains. This made Pan Xing very unhappy. Pan Shi and he were the first 2 people to attain Dao. In his eyes, all living beings in the plains were like ants. He had the absolute right to kill them. Now, an ant was about to crawl out and sit on the same level as him. Most importantly, Pan Huang didn't care about anything. He controlled the laws of heaven and earth while Pan Shi controlled the cycle of life and death. What did the new God Emperor care about? Millions of years ago, he had already made a huge mistake by forcefully killing the 10 ancient races in the divine world. He was afraid that the new God Emperor would snatch his position. Therefore, he had to kill all the experts that could threaten his position. His divine senses scanned the Devil Mountain again and again, observing the experts from different planes. He was looking for the expert that broke through the barrier of Pan Realm. To be able to break through the barrier of Pan Realm, his strength had already reached a terrifying level. If he was given more time to grow, he would definitely reach the level of a God Emperor. The life form born from the slaughtered God Saber actually became stronger again? He is a living being born from the slaughtered God Blade and is not part of the 5 elements. He is not qualified to become a God Emperor. He is not a threat. When Pan Xing's spiritual sense swept within Pan Mountain and saw Little Black and Zhui Ice Queen walking quickly, his spiritual sense paused for a moment. However, he didn't care and continued to sweep elsewhere. This beastman's strength has also reached the level of a 9th grade supreme? In the previous planar war, he was still a 9th grade supreme. Could it be him? Pan Xing's divine sense stopped at a place, and he decided to pay special attention to this orc powerhouse. The strength of the dark shadow race is also very strange. Pan Xing glanced around the demon mountain and locked his eyes on the 5 strong warriors. His divine sense followed the 5 of them without blinking. He wanted to find the moment when the 5 of them broke through the boundary of the Pan realm and then kill them openly. These points are so easy to obtain. Xiao He stood in the Demon Mountain tunnel and looked at Zhu Yi and Ice Queen who were collecting points. His face was filled with delight. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen were just 2 coolies. They didn't attack at all and just followed behind Xiao He to collect badges. For Xiao He to evolve, he needed large amounts of energy. This was why each time he faced an enemy, Xiao He would attack while Zhu Yi and Ice Queen would watch. Xiao He's strength was too strong. Be it low-level martial artists, 9th grade martial artists, or 9th grade supreme venerables, Xiao He could sweep through all of them. In just a short span of 30 years, he had already obtained hundreds of thousands of points. Go! Xiao He saw that Zhu Yi and Ice Queen had finished collecting. He turned into an afterimage and dashed forwards. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen looked at one another and smiled bitterly before dashing forwards. With Xiao He here, there shouldn't be any problems. Yi Qinghan stood in a gray and blurry space with a calm expression. He wasn't in the reincarnation plane but the place that caused his soul to explode and form the cold world. It was the gray space that the space whirlpool connected to. He had already stayed here for more than 20,000 years. Back then, when he was in the endless void, he suddenly had a thought. He felt that he might be able to find the reason why his frost realm had stopped evolving. Thus, he asked Yao Ji to send him to the reincarnation plane, and he brought Yao Fei, into this space through the Yellow Springs River. Yao Fei, sat beside him and cultivated alone. She wasn't wary at all and wasn't worried that Yi Qinghan would kill her or violate her. To her, as long as she was by Yi Qinghan's side, it didn't matter where she cultivated. As long as her strength increased, she would be able to kill Yi Qinghan. The weird thing was that Yao Fei, wasn't affected by the weird soul attack in this gray space. Yi Qinghan thought that she wouldn't be able to take it and would ask to leave. But now, she had been in secluded meditation for 20,000 years and nothing had happened to her. Cold world, Yi Qinghan sighed. He searched for a way to undo it in this space. He searched for 20,000 years but he didn't find anything. The cold world still stopped evolving. He looked at Yao Fei, and started to walk nearby. His speed was really slow like a lonely traveler walking in the desert. He couldn't find his way, he had no direction, now won. 5 million points should be enough, right? Within the Devil Mountain, Black stood at the entrance of a passageway, staring at the countless experts from different planes. His eyes were filled with a green light, like a hungry wolf that saw a flock of sheep. Half a month ago, he, Ice Queen Zhu Yi, and the other two had encountered several mantis armies in the tunnels. Then, they actually found a tunnel with a colored pattern nearby. Following it, they found out that it was indeed the mantis army camp outside. Kill. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen sent their spiritual senses out and realized that there was only one grade 9 supreme martial artist. Killing intent surged and space power gathered as they flew forwards. Let's see who can kill more. Before the two of them attacked, Xiao He had already flown out. In midair, his body turned into a blue dragon, roaring as he pounced into the mantis army. His target was the general, the grade 9 supreme martial artist. God Emperor, what kind of monster is this? 3 supreme martial artists, run. There weren't many people from the mantis army this time, only 1 million low-level warriors and 10 grade 9 experts. Although they had barely won the last planar war, the plane's vitality had been greatly damaged. Seeing 3 grade 9 supreme martial artists attacking them, how could they not run? Ice Queen's body had already risen into the air. Her beautiful body danced in the air and snow filled the sky. The fleeing cultivators instantly slowed down. Could these low-leveled cultivators fight against grade 9 supreme martial artist? Then Xiao He released his full aura and they couldn't run even if they wanted to. There was no suspense in the battle. With Xiao He's domineering attack, after the grade 9 supreme martial artist was killed, the rest of the mantis warriors could only wait for death. The badges scattered all over the mountain fell like snowflakes. After Zhu Yi killed an upper 9th level martial artist, she let out a long sigh. It seemed that she could safely pass through the dimensional war this time. After the 3 of them collected the badges, they calculated their points and found that they had more than 1.5 million. They didn't enter the Demon Mountain Tunnel anymore and just sat cross-legged, waiting for the battle to begin. Tens of years later, a white light enveloped the 3 of them. They were teleported to the stronghold in the divine world. 1 million Yi family soldiers stood neatly on the mountain peak. When Yi Feihu and Ji De saw Xiao He and the others, they were overjoyed and asked, Emperor Xiao He, Queens, did you get the points? Blackie stroked his hair and swept it back. He said in an extremely flirtatious manner, if this great emperor were to make a move, wouldn't the points be easily obtained? He. That's right, that's right. Yi Feihu and Ji De looked at each other. They were happy but disappointed. It seemed like they didn't have the chance to show off their skills. As expected, Zhu Yi immediately gave the order to stand guard and wait for a month before announcing their withdrawal from the battle. All the armies of Pan Realm, listen up. The rules of the Plain War have changed. All of you must participate in the final battle and continue to get 1 million points to be considered as winning the plane. You can withdraw from the battle. Those who don't participate will be considered as losing. Just at this moment, a cold and murderous voice rang out in the plain war like thunder. It shocked Zhu Yi and Ice Queen so much that their faces were filled with fear and shock. Chapter 14:12. What is Pan Xing trying to do? There were questions everywhere in the planar battlefield. In the past planar wars, such a thing had never happened. In the last planar war, 2 sovereign spiritual treasures had been sent out, which made many people suspicious. This time, they actually broke the rules and changed the rules. Many mediocre dimensions cursed silently. It was not easy to get enough points in Devil Mountain. More than half of the Dimensional Legion's powerhouses were dead or injured. Now that they were going to participate in the final battle, it was obvious that they were going to die. For example, Yao Mu and Yao Concubine from the Fairy Plane wanted to die. Yao Fei had gone to the Divine Realm and would never return. They did not have the guts to go there to look for her. If they angered the 2 great emperors of the Divine Realm, the fairy tribe would really be exterminated. This time, they received the god's message and wanted to participate in the dimensional war. The fairy tribe sent out all their powerhouses. In Devil Mountain, more than half of them were dead or injured. Except for 2, all the rank 9 powerhouses were dead. It was not easy to get 1.5 million points, but now Pan Xing wanted everyone to participate in the Battle Royale. If they participated in the Battle Royale, it was very likely that they would all be annihilated. If they did not participate in the battle, they could only surrender and go back to wait for the powerhouses from other dimensions to attack. If the Divine Realm happened to attack, then it would really be Motherf *Ker. In fact, the shock of the Divine Realm Legion was no less than that of the Fairy Army. Except for the Yi family army, the 3 powerhouses from the Water God tribe, and Night Tiger Jida and Pollock who did not understand the situation, everyone else's expressions changed. Even the usually careless Xiao Hei's expression became gloomy. Zhu Yi knew very well that in the last dimensional war, Yi Qinghan said that they could not fight under Mount Pan because he was worried about the Divine Emperor Supreme. This time, he was determined not to fight, and it must be because of Pan Xing. Pan Xing's 2 strange behaviors proved this point. Pan Xing was looking for someone, and it was very likely that he was looking for Yi Qinghan. Zhu Yi's mind worked like a spark. Although there were countless doubts in her mind, she immediately analyzed the cause and effect of the matter. Pan Xing was looking for Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was not here, so the Divine Realm Legion should be fine. The question now was, should he participate in the final battle? If they didn't participate, the God world would be defeated. But with Xiao Hei and Yi Qinghan, no other existential plane would be able to take down the God world. Given Xiao Hei's temperament, it was very likely that he would go berserk under the stimulation of the atmosphere in the bloody Gobi Desert. The Divine Realm might be able to win, but it was possible that a great deal of damage and uncertainties would occur. In the end, Zhu Yi chose to participate in the battle. Because if he didn't participate in the battle, he would attract Pan Xing's attention. There were so many experts in the Divine World. If he didn't participate in the battle, wouldn't he be exposing himself? Therefore, Zhu Yi said to Xiao Hei solemnly, Emperor Xiao Hei, can you suppress your murderous intent in the bloody Gobi Desert? If you can listen to my orders, you will follow us. If not, you will stay here. Xiao Hei muttered to himself for a moment. He also knew that the situation was serious. In the chaotic battlefield, demons were everywhere, and he wasn't sure if there were any experts from other dimensions who could restrain him. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, I won't take action unless it's absolutely necessary. Good. Everyone, listen to my orders. Everyone in the bloody Gobi Desert must listen to my orders. Those who don't, even if they don't die in the dimensional battlefield, I will ask Emperor Han Yi to kill them when we get back. Do you understand? Zhu Yi's murderous intent swept across everyone's faces. Her expression was extremely serious and strict. Everyone, including Yi Feihu and Kid, felt a chill in their hearts. They shouted in unison, understood. Everyone knew that Zhu Yi wasn't such a heartless person. She definitely did this to bring everyone in the Divine Realm army back to the Divine Realm safely. Zhu Yi waved her lily-white hand like a majestic general. She shouted delicately, let's go. Target, the bloody Gobi Desert. Arrow formation, march at the slowest speed. The Divine Realm army began to march down the mountain in an orderly manner. They were mighty and covered the mountains and plains. A team of scouts at the front spread out and began to investigate the situation in all directions. Xiao Hei and Snow Queen Zhu Yi were in the middle of the army. 3 upper grade 9 warriors from the Water God race were in the vanguard. Yi Feihu brought people to cover the rear. The bloody Gobi Desert was below Mount Pan. It circled around Mount Pan, so it was very easy to find it. They just had to run towards Mount Pan. The Divine Realm army moved very slowly. Anyway, Pan Xing said that they had to participate in the war, but he didn't say whether it would be fast or slow. They didn't care about how long it would take, as long as they could get 1,000,000 points. The various dimensional armies charged towards Mount Pan in a straight line. They didn't meet a single army along the way. As for the Divine Realm army, they were as slow as an old bull. They didn't even meet a single martial artist. Half a month later, the Divine Realm army finally saw the bloody Gobi Desert in front of them. Everyone looked over and their faces were filled with shock. Even the Ice Queen, who was like an ice statue, was shocked. Bloody Gobi Desert. What entered their eyes was a sea of red. Blood red. Blood energy floated in the sky. Blood water flowed on the ground. No. It was a sea of blood. There were creatures from other planes and corpses everywhere. Broken limbs, brains, and organs were everywhere. The thick smell of blood in the air made everyone feel nauseous. It also made their blood boil and a red glow appeared in their eyes. Hong. Kill. Kill, kill. Die. Kill you. There were people fighting everywhere. Humans, beastmen, half-beastmen, metal men, aliens, beasts, monsters. All sorts of weird creatures had red eyes as they fought on the ground, and in mid-air. Destruction power, light power, time power, various elemental powers, all sorts of attacks formed in the air, on the ground, and on the ground. Colorful god crystals, space rings, and all sorts of emblems danced in the air. The bloody Gobi Desert was like a scene from hell. One didn't dare to look directly at it, but they also couldn't shift their eyes away. One couldn't bear to look at it, but at the same time, they really wanted to go in and kill. All of you don't move. Retreat 1,000 miles. Zhu Yi's murderous voice rang in the ears of everyone in the Celestial World Army. Everyone shuddered and came to their senses. They looked at Zhu Yi, only to see a pair of cold, beautiful eyes. Retreat. Xiao He also shouted. His aura instantly enveloped the Celestial World Army. He knew that if the Celestial World Army continued to watch the battle, they would all charge in and become killing tools. They would either kill everyone inside or perish. Outside the bloody Gobi Desert, there were also countless armies that were smart enough to quietly retreat to watch the battle. Zhu Yi's divine sense locked onto an army that was tens of thousands of miles to the left. After a moment's consideration, she shouted, "All troops, advance to the left. Kill that scorpion army and retreat immediately. Remember to stay true to yourself. After killing them, retreat immediately. Otherwise, only death awaits you. No one can save you." Zhu Yi looked at the mountain in front of her. It was clear that it was impossible for the Celestial World Army to not start a battle here. They could only obtain 1,000,000 points as soon as possible and retreat immediately. The Celestial World Army immediately rushed forward at full speed. Xiao He also did his best to suppress the urge to kill in the bloody Gobi Desert. He charged to the left. Kill, kill. Kill to your heart's content. At the peak of the mountain, Pan Xing stood on the edge of the cliff. He looked at the hellish scene below with a cold smile. His face was filled with cruelty. His gaze was like lightning, sweeping across the experts of the various armies. He grinned coldly and said, "You broke through the barrier of the Pan realm. No matter how well you hide, I will dig you out. Even if I have to destroy all the experts of these dimensions, I will find you and kill you." Chapter 14:13. Xiao He, kill the 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists and retreat immediately. Remember my words. Don't kill any low-level martial artists. Mei, Yi Feihu, the 3 of us will go all out and kill the 9th-grade martial artists. Jida, you don't discriminate. Suppress the enemy's low-level martial artists. Retreat after 3 rounds of attacks. 1,000,000 Yi family soldiers, listen up. Later, all of you will attack as a group and attack indiscriminately. After 3 rounds of attacks, if the enemy is completely wiped out, you will immediately collect points. If not, all of you will retreat. You are not allowed to collect a single point badge. Everyone, remember this. Those who disobey my orders will be killed without mercy. 1,000,000 people were running wildly. Killing intent circulated in the crowd, condensing into a soaring momentum. Zhu Yi's expression was still extremely calm as she passed down her orders to everyone. Everyone could hear the seriousness in Zhu Yi's words. They didn't dare to slack off and committed it to memory. The experts began to lock onto their respective targets from afar and prepared to attack. 50,000 miles. 30,000 miles. 20,000 miles. Xiao He, do it. Zhu Yi bellowed. Xiao Hei's body flew out like a dragon. In midair, he turned into a blue dragon and engulfed the two 9th-grade supreme scorpion demonic beasts at the front. The front was densely packed with scorpion demonic beasts. Their bodies ranged from 2 meters to dozens of meters long. They had 10 legs and their eyes were cold and eerie. Their scorpion tails were raised high with a dark luster. Chi! Chi! None of the scorpion demonic beasts spoke. There was no fear in their cold eyes either. When Little Black whizzed out, all the scorpion eyes and scorpion tails immediately rose up high, and then they all lit up. The darkness element in the surroundings frantically gathered towards the more than 1,000,000 scorpion tails, and then streaks of black light, like black lightning, shot towards Little Black. What kind of momentum was this when more than 1,000,000 black arrows were shot at the same time? The space of the dimensional battlefield was extremely stable. However, the black arrows created tiny cracks that looked like scars. It was as if the sky was being torn apart. It was hideous and terrifying. The two black arrows at the very front were especially frightening, as if they were going to destroy everything. Xiao He sneered. His body immediately faded and became transparent. More than 1,000,000 black arrows whistled past his body, but they did not harm him at all. However, Xiao He seemed to have forgotten something. Behind him was the great army of the immortal realm, but Xiao He couldn't care less. In an instant, he enveloped the two 9th-grade supreme martial artist scorpion kings at the front. Slow down. Yi Feihu, defend. Everyone, attack at full range. Zhu Yi did not panic in the face of the black arrows that filled the sky like a swarm of locusts. He let out a few deep roars and waved his hands, sending out a 1,000-layer wave that was tens of thousands of meters tall. Ice Queen had flown into mid-air and her beautiful body started to dance. The snow and wind landed and covered the 1,000,000 black arrows, forcefully slowing them down and reducing their strength. Ha! Kid shouted, and the countless invisible dark dragons around him flew forward silently. Their target was the few black arrows with the most overbearing momentum. The 3 from the water god race also formed many water pillars. The water arrows smashed towards their respective targets. Slash! The 1,000,000 Yi family army's actions were really simple. They hollered in unison and their bodies started to move. They stood in the positions that they had practiced countless times, forming a weird battle formation. He raised his hand and pulled out his blade. God power was released and 100 blade lights shot out. The lights connected and shone upon one another. They were like electric arcs that added on to one another, doubling their strength. This was something that Lei Zhen and Emperor Yu had extracted from various battle formations and spent tens of thousands of years practicing. Ao. Yi Feihu's hands moved like lightning in the air. A 10,000-meter-tall beast tore open the space and appeared in front of the army, forming an iron wall to protect them. However, Yi Feihu's defense was obviously superfluous because the more than 1,000,000 black arrows had all been intercepted. Ice Queen's sky full of snow caused the black arrow's speed to slow down and its strength to decrease by a lot. Zhu Yi's attack was even more domineering. When a 9th-grade supreme martial artist attacked with full force, the black arrows were like a small boat that encountered a huge wave. Not to mention the attacks of the 3 from the Ji de water god race, the Wind Moon Monarch Pollock. More importantly, the 2 strongest and most powerful black arrows had suddenly and soundlessly collapsed. 2 ninth-grade supreme martial artists and so many ninth-grade martial artists blocked the attacks of some low-level martial artists. How could there be any accidents? Boom! When the 1 million saber radiance of the Yi family army came whistling over, the 1 million black arrows were swept away by the 1 million saber radiance with the momentum of a whirlwind. In an instant, all the black arrows were shattered and collapsed. The million blade lights didn't lose any momentum, and they whizzed toward the scorpion magical beast army. Gulp! Gulp! The scorpion army at the front finally let out 2 strange cries. They were the cries of the 2 ninth-grade supreme martial artists. Xiao He had already enveloped the 2 demon beast kings and started to corrode and swallow them. The 2 demon beast kings could not continue controlling the black arrows because of the pain and they collapsed immediately. The scorpion king rolled on the ground in pain and let out creepy cries. The scorpion army was in chaos. Their king was attacked but they could not do anything. How could they not panic? Boom! Millions of saber lights whizzed over, drowning the scorpion core. Colorful energy waves blossomed in front of them, intertwining with the black power of darkness. The surrounding sky trembled, turning into ripples that spread in all directions. Everyone, attack 3 times in a full range. I'll kill you while you're down. Zhu Yi was never a soft-hearted person. Her ability to grasp opportunities was unparalleled in the divine world. As he roared, he once again formed a 10,000-meter-tall 1,000-layer wave, which surged towards the scorpion army with overwhelming momentum. Go! The Ice Queen was still dancing in midair. But this time, it was no longer a sky full of snow. Instead, it was a sky full of lethal ice arrows that covered the scorpion army. Kill! Yi Feihu's 10,000-meter-tall beast leaped down from the sky and pounced into the scorpion army. It did not chase after the scorpion monarch's rank 9 powerhouses. Instead, it bombarded a group of low-level scorpions. The Kid Water God clan's 3 upper rank 9 powerhouses, Pollock, and Wind Moon Monarch followed closely behind. The Million Yi family army started waving their blades again. A million blade lights shot over and covered the sky. No one was worried that their attacks would hit Emperor Xiao He. Of course, Xiao He was not afraid either. Every time he attacked, his body would turn transparent. The 2 rank 9 supreme scorpion monsters were hit immediately. They had just endured the attack and wanted to escape when Xiao He enveloped both of them again. After 3 rounds of attacks, more than half of the panicking scorpion army's low-level martial artists were killed. More than half of the rank 9 powerhouses were dead. Only a few upper rank 9 scorpion monsters and a small number of low-level beasts were still alive. They were covered in blood as they escaped in all directions. As for the 2 rank 9 supreme beasts, half of their bodies had been corroded by Xiao He. They could not hold on any longer. Swoosh! Still want to escape? Die! Yi Feihu saw that someone was escaping. His body flashed and he immediately chased to the left. The 3 Water God clan's eyes turned red as they chased to the right like lightning. More than half of the Yi family army's martial artists' eyes turned red. They actually left the army and chased to the scorpion army. Everyone seemed to have forgotten the countless orders that Zhu Yi had given them. The martial artists' eyes turned red again. Their bodies were filled with murderous intent. They seemed to be addicted to killing. The strange aura under Mount Pan and the death of the million scorpion army finally made some of the Divine Realm army's suppressed bloodthirsty and murderous urges to break out. Chapter 14:14. What Zhu Yi was most afraid of was the God World army going berserk. This was why she emphasized many times from the start that they could only attack 3 times before retreating. She was very clear that there was a strange aura in the bloody Gobi Desert under Mount Pan, which could involuntarily stimulate a person's bloodthirsty impulse to kill. It was okay if they didn't attack, but if they did, the chances of them going mad would increase by several folds. If they fought a few battles in the desert, they would turn into killing machines that wouldn't stop until they died. This was why, although Zhu Yi really wanted to fight and rip all the enemies apart, she suppressed her emotions. However, she still suppressed her emotions and shouted at Xiao He, "Emperor Xiao He, stop devouring them. Quickly release your aura and suppress them." Although Xiao He had been fighting, he didn't kill a single person. His soul was still clear, and when Zhu Yi shouted at him, he hesitated. However, he thought about how Yi Qinghan told him that Zhu Yi was in charge of everything. He gave up on swallowing the 2 grade 9 Supreme Scorpion Kings. His body turned illusionary as he flew into midair. A huge aura pressed down and covered everyone in the God World Army. Even Yi Feihu, who was flying in midair, was pressed to the ground and couldn't move at all. "All of you listen up, if you don't listen to my orders and attack, you will be killed." Zhu Yi's ice-cold voice rang out in everyone's ears. She then said towards Ice Queen in midair, "Wake them up." Ice Queen waved her hands and snow fell from the sky, landing on the faces and bodies of all the God World Army. Instantly, the people who charged out came back to their senses. Their faces were filled with shock. "Now listen to my orders, all troops retreat and leave this place. Emperor Xiao He, Yi Feihu, and the 3 from the Water God race, lead the army. The other grade 9, collect the emblems." Zhu Yi let out a long sigh, and her body swayed. She licked her lips with lingering fear, and the blood in her eyes faded. It was really too dangerous just now. If she was a little slower, if Xiao He hesitated for a moment. Once Yi Feihu and the God World Army broke free from control. Once the pursuit began, their bloodthirsty madness would spread to the whole army. Even he himself would eventually join in the slaughter. The end result would be, the whole army would unknowingly enter the bloody Gobi Desert. Xiao He felt that it was a pity. He cast a glance at the 2 9th-grade Supreme Martial Artist Scorpion race members who were fleeing far away. Then, together with Yi Feihu and the others, he led the army and began to retreat. Zhu Yi, Ice Queen, Wind Moon Monarch, Kid, and Pollock were left to do hard labor to collect the badges. Zhu Yi also felt that it was a pity that a 9th-grade Supreme Martial Artist had escaped. However, without Xiao He holding the fort, Zhu Yi couldn't be at ease with the million-strong army. Madness would spread. Once one person went crazy and was not suppressed, everyone else would go crazy. Almost all of the Scorpion Legion of more than 1 million had been killed. There were not only white emblems, but also many blue emblems. There were also 7 or 8 black emblems, which was enough for 1 million points. After Zhu Yi finished collecting the points, she brought everyone back to the army and immediately shouted, "The Celestial World Army has accumulated enough points," requesting to withdraw from the battle. Buzz! A white light covered all the warriors of the Celestial World Army. When Zhu Yi and the others opened their eyes, they realized that they were at the peak of Mount Pan once more. There were actually many armies that had already withdrawn from the battle or surrendered. This time there are many planes that we have never seen before. There are also many planes that participated in the previous battle. Ice Queen swept her gaze and then transmitted her voice to Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi nodded her head and didn't say a word. The Celestial World Army stood there silently and waited for the arrangements. Xiao He suddenly transmitted his voice over, "Zhu Yi, which plane are we attacking this time?" "This time we won't attack the plane." Zhu Yi's voice transmission confused Xiao He. Zhu Yi glanced at Xiao He and then transmitted her voice over, "Your boss told me that we will accumulate war merits. If we win 10 times in a row and don't attack the other planes, we can use our war merits to exchange for supreme spiritual treasures." Supreme spiritual treasures? Why? Little Black transmitted his voice in confusion. Supreme spiritual treasures were not very useful to him. Attacking the next plane and allowing the people of the divine realm to reproduce endlessly would produce more experts. This was more important than any supreme spiritual treasure. Let's talk about it when we return. Zhu Yi didn't explain. How were they going to talk about this here? Did they tell Xiao He because they were worried about Pan Xing? In the past, the ancient god world ruled so many planes and in the end, they were nearly wiped out. This was a lesson. God world could win but they couldn't expand anymore. If not, they would end up like the 10 races. After waiting for a few months at the peak of Mount Pan, there were over 30 armies. Pan Xing's words finally spread over, those who win will face 1,000 meters in front of you and hand in your points. Zhu Yi walked forward and threw all 3 million points into the cylindrical pit. Then, she didn't choose a plane to conquer. She just retreated. The rules of the planar war was that if you didn't choose a plane, the war merits would automatically accumulate. After Zhu Yi handed over the badge, she stood in front of the God World Army with a cold expression. Her heart was filled with fear, anxiety, and worry. She was afraid that Pan Xing would suddenly send a bolt of purple lightning to engulf the God World Army and blast them into smithereens. It was not until a burst of white light enveloped them and teleported them to the lava valley that cold sweat poured down Zhu Yi's forehead. As the commander-in-chief of the army, she was the one who felt the most pressure because she had guessed the most. Since they left the peak of Mount Pan alive, it meant that Pan Xing didn't discover anything. The God World had survived this calamity. The God World army started to teleport to the Nifa's abyss in an orderly manner. Zhu Yi watched as groups of martial artists teleported back to the God World. She felt more and more at ease. When Xiao He also teleported away, Zhu Yi was completely weakened. Her body went limp and her face was filled with exhaustion. Yi Qinghan had asked her to lead the God World army to participate in the war. It was equivalent to putting a heavy burden on her delicate shoulders. If something happened to the army and Xiao He, she would definitely choose to die with them. She didn't have the face to go back and see Yi Qinghan. Half of the armies of the 43 planes perished. Humph. Your 22 armies are very smart. They didn't enter the bloody desert to fight. But even if you can escape this time, can you escape again? At the peak of Mount Pan, Pan Xing's expression was cold, but his eyes were filled with anger. He had searched for more than 90 years but still couldn't find anyone who could break through the barrier of Pan Realm. Out of the 5 people he thought could break through the barrier of Pan Realm, 3 died this time. The other 2 didn't notice anything strange either. If they lost the planar war, they would become a defeated plane and be attacked by other planes. He believed that even if that person suspected that he was targeting them, they would still go all out and not allow their plane to be defeated. Therefore, Pan Xing decided that in the next planar war, the 22 defeated planes would continue to participate in the war. Pan Xing swept his gaze across the battlefield and laughed coldly. If I can't find you in the first planar war, then I'll do it twice. If I can't find you twice, then I'll do it 3 times, 5 times, or even 10 times. This emperor wants to see how you can hide when all the experts in your plane are about to die. Chapter 14-15. We're back. We're finally back. On the Supreme Island, the Million Yi family soldiers and the 10 pinnacle experts grinned as they looked at the Star Ocean and the familiar Supreme Island. Many people were confused as to why Zhu Yi didn't choose to attack the other planes so that the glory of the realm of divinity could continue to radiate to countless planes and shock the entire realm of divinity. However, they all chose to respect Zhu Yi's decision because they knew that Zhu Yi represented the will of the Great Daoist. All the experts of the realm of divinity gathered on the Supreme Island to welcome the soldiers who fought for the realm of divinity. Countless banquets were set up on the Supreme Island's plaza. The entire island was filled with joy. The Great Daoist is in the reincarnation plane. I want to see the Great Daoist. The experts of the realm of divinity and Yi Qinghan's women were all in Zhu Yi's residence. Before anyone could speak, Zhu Yi asked the Yao Ji with a dark expression. As soon as Zhu Yi finished speaking, everyone looked at the Yao Ji with heated gazes. They clearly wanted to see Yi Qinghan. The Yao Ji's eyes flickered. She immediately smiled and said, "Hee, the Great Daoist said that he would come back after coming out of seclusion. He's in seclusion. Is there anything important that you want to see him for? Zhu Yi was very observant and easily noticed the Yao Ji's strange expression. She asked hurriedly, the Great Daoist isn't in the reincarnation plane? Where is he? Everyone was shocked and stared at the Yao Ji. The Yao Ji could only smile bitterly and say, actually, I can't find the Great Daoist either. What? Everyone's expression changed and countless people exclaimed. Yi Qinghan was the pillar of the realm of divinity. If something happened to Yi Qinghan, no one dared to imagine what would happen. Aya, don't panic. Let me finish first. The Yao Ji smiled bitterly. These people were the overlords of the realm of divinity. Why were they so impatient? Yao Ji looked at Xiao He, who was shouting the loudest, and said, Great Emperor Xiao He, do you still remember when you and the Great Emperor were sucked into the gray space outside the reincarnation plane by the space whirlpool? Of course I remember. Boss and I have been in there for thousands of years. Xiao He nodded. Then, his eyes lit up as he asked, Boss, in there? When Yao Ji nodded, Xiao He rubbed his nose. He glanced at everyone and said embarrassedly, in that case, we really can't find Boss. That godforsaken place only has a range of 10,000 meters. Furthermore, it's vast and boundless. Boss and I have been there for thousands of years, but we still haven't found the end. It's almost impossible to find him unless your luck is heaven-defying. This, everyone frowned. It seemed that it was almost impossible to find Yi Qinghan. However, everyone was relieved. Since Yi Qinghan could come out last time, once he passed the bottleneck, he would be able to come out immediately. Although Zhu Yi had countless questions and countless things she wanted to say to Yi Qinghan, she could only let it go. If Xiao He couldn't find Yi Qinghan with his powerful strength, she definitely wouldn't be able to find him if she went to look for him. The planar war ended. The realm of divinity regained its peace. Although Yi Qinghan wasn't there, with Zhu Yi and Lei Zhen, everything was in order. The cultivators continued to cultivate, the immigrants continued to migrate. Wind Moon Monarch brought a group of array masters to the Devil Plane to perfect the material plane's teleportation array, turning the demonic plane into another realm of divinity. The lower rank, 9 cultivators of the realm of divinity were all in seclusion, hoping to break through to upper rank, 9. They were waiting for Yi Qinghan to come back and bestow them primal chaos divine crystals. Generation after generation of geniuses entered the Flame Dragon sacred city. One by one, experts were born. The overall strength of the realm of divinity grew with the passage of time. I've broken through again. Emperor of the realm of divinity, I challenge you to a duel. In the dusky space, Yi Qinghan was still sitting cross-legged. However, he was awakened by a murderous voice. Yi Qinghan looked into the distance and saw Yao Fei's face full of excitement. Her body turned into a streak of light as she flew toward him. A look of shock appeared on his somewhat numb face. How many years had it been? Yao Fei had broken through again? Although Yi Qinghan himself was a monster, and so was Xiao He, he was still shocked by the strange things that had happened to Yao Fei. Swoosh! A crescent-shaped wind blade tens of thousands of meters long tore through the air. It carried with it a domineering and destructive power as it slashed toward Yi Qinghan's head. You've improved a little. Yi Qinghan nodded to himself as he watched. His body did not move. Instead, he channeled the power of frost and condensed a large palm to meet the wind blade head-on. The large palm suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was several times faster than the wind blade and instantly collided with the wind blade. A blinding light flashed. Following that, a terrifying aura was emitted from the center of the light. The wind blade and the large palm collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom! Space distorted, and cracks spread out in all directions like broken ice cubes. Dust flew everywhere, and a huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky. The terrifying aura caused even the wind in the surrounding space to stop blowing. What shocked Yao Fei the most was that after the explosion, a huge palm flew out from the blinding light. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of her face. That suffocating and terrifying aura surged towards her. Yao Fei did not doubt that even if she did not die from this palm strike, her body would be turned into a pile of mush. The large palm stopped 1,000 meters in front of Yao Fei-er. A strong gust of wind caused Yao Fei-er's robes and green hair to flutter violently. Following that, the large palm suddenly shattered, and the dust in the air also fell silently. A green figure slowly walked out from the dust. His face was filled with a warm smile as he looked at Yao Fei-er and said, "I've said it before. You will never be a match for me. Humph, wait for me to continue cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years. One day, I will kill you." Yao Fei-er glared at Yi Qinghan with that bone-deep hatred in her eyes. Then, she ignored everything else and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Yi Qinghan stared at Yao Fei-er with great interest. His eyes swiveled several times as he jokingly said, "Those little tricks you practice can only barely increase your strength a little. It's useless. You will never reach my heights in your entire life." Yao Fei-er glared at Yi Qinghan and angrily said, "Nonsense. This king has the heavenly spiritual body that hasn't appeared in the last million years of the Fei race. What I cultivate is the supreme heavenly Tao. The family monarch said that as long as this king diligently cultivates, this king's strength will be able to look down upon all of Pangaea in the future. Heavenly spiritual body? Heavenly Tao?" A sharp light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. However, he hid it well and Yao Fei-er didn't discover it. He revealed a look of disdain and sneered, "Bullshit heavenly spiritual body, bullshit heavenly Tao. This great emperor's strength is enough to look down upon all of Pangaea, just a little bit worse than a divine sovereign. What kind of spiritual body has this great emperor seen before? What kind of cultivation method have I not heard before? Your Fei race monarch must be talking nonsense, right? This great emperor has never heard of such a thing. You're the one talking nonsense." Yao Fei-er stood up, her eyes filled with anger as she glared at Yi Qinghan. Her face flushed red as she retorted, "What do you know? Tens of millions of years ago, our Fei race was a powerful plane that looked down upon all of Pangaea. Our race once had a heavenly spiritual body that led our great Fei plane to obtain first place in countless planar wars. This supreme heavenly Tao cultivation method is a peerless cultivation method that our ancestor obtained from a divine sovereign. It's normal for your tiny little divine world to not have heard of it. Keep bragging. Cows are flying in the sky." Yi Qinghan shrugged his shoulders, a cold smile on his face. He feigned mockery as he said, "No matter how much you say, this great emperor will still think you're talking nonsense. How about this, you recite that cultivation method once. With this great emperor's realm and knowledge, I will know whether it's true or not as soon as I hear it. Prick up your dog ears and listen carefully. The heavenly Tao takes away the surpluses and makes up for the deficiencies. The Tao of man is different. It takes away the deficiencies and makes up for the surpluses." The heavenly Tao, Yao Fei, was so angry that her face alternated between red and white. She blurted out a few words, but when she saw the light in Yi Qinghan's eyes, she immediately came to her senses. She angrily said, No, that's not right. You're trying to trick this king's cultivation method. You shameless human, you." Yi Qinghan ignored Yao Fei-er's curses. His eyes shone with a frightening light, and his expression was incomparably solemn. Then, without a care in the world, he closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. He actually went into seclusion. Chapter 14-16. Yao Fei looked at Yi Qinghan a few times. After confirming that he was in seclusion, she glared angrily at Yi Qinghan, but took the opportunity to sneak up on Yi Qinghan and kill him. Instead, she said angrily, "That damned God World Emperor, he actually tried to cheat this king of his supreme secret technique. Luckily, this king is smart and discovered it early. But I was still cheated out of a few supreme techniques. That damned human. Yao Fei muttered angrily, then sat down cross-legged and continued her seclusion. Two of the strangest geniuses in the world sat facing each other and began their path of cultivation. The Tao of heaven is like drawing a bow. The higher one suppresses it, the lower one lifts it, the surplus is damaged, the deficit is made up. The Tao of heaven takes away the surplus and makes up for the deficit. Yi Qinghan had thought about this for more than 20,000 years, but he had figured it out in just a few words from Yao Fei. Of course, it was not because of those few words. Those words were like enlightenment, connecting all the deductions in his heart, and he was completely enlightened. Although Yao Fei had only revealed the first half of the Supreme Tao of Heaven's secret technique, it was enough for Yi Qinghan to understand a lot. The Frost Realm had stopped evolving. The problem was not that Yi Qinghan had not comprehended the laws of time, but that the Frost Realm had expanded to its limit. Of course, it did not mean that it had already evolved to its limit. Instead, it was already full and saturated. Currently, it had already reached its limit of expansion. Water overflows when it's full, and the moon wanes when it's full. Ever since the Frost Realm had evolved, it had been smooth sailing. The Frost Realm was growing, the planes inside were growing, the spatial whirlpools were growing, and the power of frost was increasing. But the laws inside, the Tao of nature, were not complete. This was like a heavenly god whose divine power had already reached the peak of the heavenly god realm, but their comprehension of the laws was still at the first level of the heavenly god realm. If they could not comprehend the laws, they would never be able to break through to the divine general realm. The laws of the cold realm were not complete, and the laws that Yi Qinghan comprehended were too weak. The Tao of nature inside was not complete, so the cold realm could only remain this big forever. It could never grow. Yi Qinghan was also very clear that it was impossible for him to comprehend too many laws. At most, he would be able to comprehend all the laws of wood and fire. However, it was still useless unless he comprehended all 12 types of laws and reached the consummate level. Only then would Cold Realm continue to evolve. However, Yi Qinghan had refined the primal chaos divine crystal. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Qinghan had manifested the laws of nature during the Frost Realm's evolution and helped Yi Qinghan gain enlightenment, Yi Qinghan would not have been able to do so. How could Yi Qinghan comprehend the laws, much less so quickly? That was why Yi Qinghan had been troubled for so many years, all the way until he came here and heard Yao Fei's words. Yao Fei's words were indeed a supreme technique. Yi Qinghan had comprehended the Tao of nature from these words. The Tao of heaven and earth, the laws of nature, are they not like drawing a bow and shooting an arrow? If the bowstring is drawn high, lower it a little. If it's low, raise it a little higher. If it's too full, relax it a little. If it's not enough, supplement it a little. The laws of nature reduce the excess and replenish the insufficient. Yao Fei's words had explained the Tao of nature extremely clearly. The place where Yi Qinghan was standing, as well as the secret of the reincarnation mystic realm, were all comprehended by Yi Qinghan at this moment. This dusky space was not the legendary Nine Hells realm. Of course, it could also be called the Netherworld. This was the land of reincarnation. Yi Qinghan was very glad that he had come here. Otherwise, his Frost realm would not evolve in this lifetime, and his strength would forever stagnate. The land of reincarnation. Everything needed reincarnation. Life needed reincarnation. Souls needed reincarnation. Heaven and earth spiritual chi needed reincarnation. All the elements in the world needed reincarnation. This land of reincarnation was a place where nature regulated everything. When it's full, it retracts. When it's depleted, it fills up. It allows the plate realm to maintain a good evolution trend, constantly perfecting itself. I've also built a similar land of reincarnation in the Frost realm. Everything will be solved. Ha! All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and laughed a few times. Then, his body silently disappeared from the spot, entering the frost realm. You say that this king is crazy? This king thinks that you are the crazy one. Yao Feier was startled awake by Yi Qinghan's loud laughter. She muttered disdainfully, only to discover that Yi Qinghan had suddenly disappeared from the spot. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she used her divine sense to investigate the surroundings. Then, her face turned pale. She looked around, then stood up and flew a few rounds in all directions. After flying for millions of miles, she finally returned to her original spot. However, she still did not find Yi Qinghan. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She didn't care where she was, all she wanted to do was cultivate with Yi Qinghan, and when she was stronger than him, she could kill him. Who would have thought that Yi Qinghan would suddenly disappear without a trace? Only then did she discover that she was in a strange space. Everything around her was gray and hazy. There were no cities, no people, no life, only countless skeletons. When she was captured by Yi Qinghan, she was indeed only 20 years old. As a heavenly spiritual body that had not appeared for millions of years, she had been raised like a treasure by the Fae since she was a child. Then, her tribe leader and 3 elders had sacrificed themselves to forcefully raise Yao Feier's strength to the 9th grade supreme level. She had great strength, and she had followed Yi Qinghan for tens of thousands of years, but her mentality was still that of an inexperienced little girl. It was true that she was an extremely stubborn person, but she was still a little girl who was used to staying by Yi Qinghan's side. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan had disappeared, and she found herself in such a strange place. Of course she would be afraid. Hey! Yao Feier stood where she was for a long time before she called out reluctantly with a red face. But other than her voice echoing in the empty space, there was no other sound. Hey, come out. A day later, Yao Feier called out reluctantly again, but there was still no response. God World Emperor, come out. You bastard! How could you leave me here alone? Damn, shameless, despicable, lowly, beast, God Realm Emperor, get the hell out here. I want to duel with you. If you don't come out, I'll kill everyone in your God Realm Emperor, come out, please. Feier is begging you. Woo, it had been half a year. Yao Feier had been shouting and cursing at the air for half a year, but Yi Qinghan still hadn't come out. She was starting to panic. She started to run around, but no matter how fast she ran or flew, she was surrounded by the same terrain. It was flat, gray, and deathly silent. Whoosh! Yao Feier was getting more and more panicked. She flew faster and faster, and the fear in her eyes intensified. She ran madly in the empty reincarnation grounds, looking for a way out. Or rather, to calm her heart that was on the verge of breaking down. Yao Feier fell into a state of endless panic. Countless experts of the God world also fell into a state of endless panic. It had only been a few years since the planar war, but the God realm had sent another bolt of purple lightning the day before. Accompanying the purple lightning was a golden divine mirror. Zhu Yi and a group of peak experts stood on the balcony of Fiery Dragon City, their faces filled with shock and fear. Zhu Yi held the divine mirror in her hands as she gazed into the distance in a daze. She murmured, "Emperor, Pan Xing has gone mad. He actually started another planar war after 10,000 years. Emperor, why aren't you back yet? Tell Yi, what should I do?" Chapter 14-17. Pan Xing, are you crazy? You're hopeless, do you know that? An angry shout was heard from the peak of Mount Pan. The voice was very moving. Although it was angry, it was still like the chirping of an oriole. It was enchanting. She looked at Pan Xing with disappointment. She could accept a planar war that happened once every 100,000 years. After all, 100,000 years was enough for many warriors to grow. Now, the planar war had just ended and Pan Xing sent down a divine decree to start a planar war. More importantly, it would happen 10,000 years later. Pan Xing's eyes were cold. He didn't look at Pan Shi. He was still staring at the demon mountain in the distance. He smiled and said, Pan Shi, I am in charge of the planar war. What I do has nothing to do with you. If I want to, I can start a planar war every 1,000 years. It's not against the rules. Plus, only 22 planes participated in the planar war last time. The other 78 planes haven't participated in a planar war for a long time. Pan Xing, you're possessed. You're hopeless, hopeless. Pan Shi saw the determination and stubbornness in Pan Xing's eyes. She shook her head helplessly and sighed deeply. She turned around and walked into her small wooden house, leaving Pan Xing alone on the peak of Mount Pan. The wind started blowing. The cold wind fluttered Pan Xing's black robe and messed up his black hair, but it didn't blind his blade-like eyes. His gaze was extremely determined, and the smile on his face didn't change at all. He said determinedly, possessed by the devil? So what if he became a demon? I won't stop until I find this person. Great Emperor, where are you? Yi is scared. Can you come back? In the fiery dragon city, Zhu Yi stood alone in a pavilion. She looked at the green mountain in the distance. Her face was calm, as if she was thinking. However, she was terrified. There were many things she didn't understand. However, with her great wisdom, she guessed many things. Pan Xing started the planar wars so frequently. The divine world participated 3 times in a row. In addition, Pan Xing changed the rules during the planar wars. Also, Yi Qinghan was acting strangely. Zhu Yi knew very well that Pan Xing was looking for a person, and this person was most likely Yi Qinghan. Of course, Pan Xing wasn't looking for Yi Qinghan because he wanted to kill Yi Qinghan. He didn't hesitate to destroy the experts of countless planes, and even countless planes, just to find Yi Qinghan. Zhu Yi observed that in the previous planar war, almost all the planes that had won had appeared. If everything went as expected, the plane that won the last planar war would definitely participate in the next planar war. The divinity realm had great Emperor Xiao He and so many 9th-grade supreme martial artists and 9th-grade experts. They were not afraid of being defeated in the plain battlefield at all. But if they continued to fight, who could guarantee that no accidents would happen? During the last planar war, if he hadn't kept his cool, if Xiao He hadn't acted so quickly. Once the Celestial Realm's army entered the bloody desert, who knew what would happen? What if great Emperor Xiao He died? If all the experts of the divinity realm died, or if Pan Xing grew suspicious of the divinity realm, Zhu Yi didn't dare to imagine the consequences. In the ancient times, the divinity realm had more than 29th-grade supreme martial artists, and they had several supreme spiritual treasures. The Fire God clan leader Zhu Rong's strength had even surpassed 9th-grade supreme martial artist. At that time, there were more than 100 9th-grade experts and countless venerables. They ruled over dozens of big planes. What was the outcome? Pan Xing alone killed almost all the experts. The divinity realm was almost destroyed, and its civilization was completely wiped out. Zhu Yi thought that the Divine Emperor Supreme was invincible because he was the manager of Pangaea. No martial artist could resist the terrifying purple thunder that killed an army on the peak of Dao Pan Mountain. That was the power of heaven and earth. How could a human fight against heaven and earth? Thus, Zhu Yi was extremely terrified. She was afraid that the divinity realm would repeat the mistakes of the ancient times. Seeing how crazy Pan Xing was, if he really made a move this time, the divinity realm would definitely be destroyed, and all lives would be mercilessly killed. If it was the old Zhu Yi, she wouldn't be so afraid. However, without Yi Qinghan by her side, her heart felt empty. It was as if she had no roots, and she was anxious all day long. Great Emperor Xiao He, are you confident that you can find the Great Emperor within 10,000 years with me? Are you confident that you can come out? Zhu Yi pondered for a long time, and finally, she turned to look at Xiao He. Without Yi Qinghan, everyone didn't have a mainstay. They subconsciously regarded Zhu Yi, who was intelligent and resourceful, as the mainstay. Once she spoke, everyone's gazes turned to her. Xiao Hei's eyes turned, and he said, "It's easy to come out. As long as we find the Yellow Springs River, we can come out by following it. However, I'm not confident that we can find Boss within 10,000 years. Not only is it vast and boundless, but there seems to be a strange restriction that can make people go in circles. The terrain is exactly the same, and we can't tell the direction. It's possible that we'll be going in circles for 10,000 years. It's fine as long as we can come out. You guys stay in the divine world, and I will go with Xiao Hei to explore the reincarnation plane. I have to meet the Great Emperor to make arrangements for the next planar war. Don't worry, we'll definitely come back within 10,000 years." Zhu Yi immediately made the decision. Hearing that they could go find Yi Qinghan, Xiao Hei's expression became excited. When everyone heard that they were going to find Yi Qinghan and let him make the decision, they felt slightly more at ease. In their opinion, as long as Yi Qinghan was around, they could get through any difficulties. Zhu Yi borrowed the Beast God Temple from the Beast God. She brought Xiao Hei and flew into the boundless void, beginning the journey to find Yi Qinghan. "Divine World Great Emperor, come out, come out. Fei won't find you for revenge. As long as you come out and take Fei away from here, woo-woo." In the land of reincarnation, Yao Fei's hair was a mess, and her clothes were in disarray. Her beautiful face was filled with fear, and her face was as pale as snow. Her clear eyes no longer had the liveliness of the past. Instead, they were incomparably dim, and she even seemed to be in a daze. She had been running in the land of reincarnation for more than 3,000 years, but she hadn't found a way out. She hadn't found a single person, not even a single life. There was only white fog and countless corpses. Finally, she was tired. She squatted on the ground and hugged her knees, panting heavily. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes as she sobbed silently. She was like an orphan that had been forgotten by the world. "I'm sorry." After a long time, a regretful sigh abruptly rang out behind her. Yao Fei's trembling body trembled violently before she froze. The tears in her beautiful eyes narrowed as she opened her eyes and turned around abruptly. In the white fog, a green figure slowly walked over. He looked delicate, and his body was thin. His eyes were filled with regret and guilt. Yao Fei's eyes gradually widened, and she blinked in confusion. After confirming that the person in front of her wasn't an illusion, her lips trembled for a moment, and she spat out a few words. "Divine World Emperor, is that you?" The figure in the distance smiled warmly and said, "I'm sorry, Yao Fei." Before he finished speaking, endless hatred appeared in Yao Fei's eyes again. Her aura suddenly soared, and countless wind blades flew out from the void around her, shooting towards the green figure like lightning. The person in the green robe was, of course, Yi Qinghan. Seeing the terrifying wind blades shooting towards him, Yi Qinghan felt like he was going to be sliced into 1,000 pieces. He hurriedly activated the fire god's heart and teleported away. The guilt on his face disappeared, and he pouted helplessly. *CK, we haven't seen each other for so long. I thought you would hug or kiss me to express your excitement. But the moment we meet, you start fighting again. Chapter 14:18. Yao Fei's eyes narrowed, and her face was filled with killing intent. She snorted angrily, "This empress can't wait to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Divine World the Arch, get out here. This empress wants to fight you to the death." In the end, Yi Qinghan disappeared again. Yao Fei scanned the area with her divine sense and realized that he was nowhere to be seen. This gave her another scare. She quickly circled the area but found nothing. She hurriedly shouted, "Come out. What's the point of a man hiding? Come out. At most, I won't kill you. Godly World Emperor, you bastard. Get out here right now. Come out. I won't kill you." and I won't seek revenge from you." However, no matter how much Yao Fei shouted, Yi Qinghan seemed to really disappear again. Just as Yao Fei was about to cry, Yi Qinghan's voice rang out again. "You really won't seek revenge from me?" Yao Fei's gaze suddenly swept into the distance. When she discovered that Yi Qinghan had appeared, her eyes filled with killing intent. She was about to attack. Yi Qinghan immediately waved his hand and said, "If you attack again, I'll really leave." Yao Fei stomped her foot in anger and turned around, ignoring Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan walked over leisurely with a mocking smile on his face. He looked at Yao Fei a few times before saying, "Don't resist. I'll bring you into the War Imperial Palace." Yao Fei looked at Yi Qinghan in astonishment. She felt the scene in front of her change, and she appeared in the bedroom of the War Imperial Palace. Yao Fei said in astonishment, "How did you enter the spatial divine item?" "This king tried many times to enter that godforsaken place, but I couldn't." Yi Qinghan smiled and said, "Hee, this is all thanks to your heavenly Dao. I comprehended the secrets of the land of reincarnation, and the restrictions there are ineffective against me. If I wanted to leave that place, I could easily do so. Anyway, Yao Fei, I owe you a favor for this." Yao Fei would not have been angry if he hadn't mentioned it. The moment he mentioned it, she flew into a rage. "You despicable human, how dare you cheat this queen of my supreme secret technique? Favor? What does this prince need your favor for? Why don't you kill him for this king? This way, this king can openly return to my plane." Poor Yi Qinghan choked with anger. His eyes turned, and he said with a puzzled expression, "Do you Fey women have to be killed just because they're touched? What would you do if a Fey man touched it? Kill him too?" Yao Fei harumphed coldly and said, "Of course not. The men of our plane are very polite. Unless it's a wedding, they won't touch a woman's body. If they accidentally touch her, they must marry that woman." "Is that so?" Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment, then sighed helplessly and said, "This time, my strength has doubled again. With your cultivation speed, you won't be able to catch up to me even if you cultivate for several 100,000 years. Furthermore, my strength can continue to improve, so it's basically impossible for you to kill me. We can't be entangled like this forever, right? Don't you care about your people? What if your plane is defeated in the interdimensional war while you're gone? What if it's taken over by another plane?" Yao Fei's eyes dimmed as if he had hit the nail on the head. Her tribe leader and 3 elders had been sacrificed for her, and 3 ninth-grade supremes had died in the war with the divine realm. If she participated in the interdimensional war, it was very likely that she would be defeated and then be taken over by another plane. How about this? How about this? Yi Qinghan frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he said with great difficulty, "You can't kill me even if you want to. If you don't kill me, you won't have the face to go back. You can't ignore your people. On the other hand, since I was the one who took your chastity, I can't not take responsibility for you, right? How about I force myself to marry you so that you can explain yourself when you go back?" Yao Fei was confused by Yi Qinghan's tongue twister, but it sounded like it made sense. Then, she suddenly came to her senses, and her expression turned cold. She glared at him and shouted, "Scram, you still want to marry me? A toad like you wants to eat swan meat? I'd rather marry a demon than a despicable and shameless person like you." Yi Qinghan was speechless. He was a great emperor of the divine realm, and yet he was being called a toad by someone? One had to know that if he made a call in Flame Dragon City, there would probably be countless young ladies flying over like moths. How about this? Yao Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. "Didn't you say that you owed me a favor? Why don't you accompany me to the fairy plane? I'll consider this favor returned." Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and said, "You don't know how to go back yourself? I'll send you out of the land of reincarnation and tell you the direction." You can go back yourself. I still need to continue cultivating. Yao Fei said decisively, of course not. If you don't come with me, what if you hide and I can't find you after I break through? Why are you looking for me? To kill you, of course. All right. I'll accompany you to the fairy plane. In the end, Yi Qinghan compromised and brought Yao Fei out of the land of reincarnation. He then teleported out of the land of reincarnation and appeared outside the spatial whirlpool of the reincarnation mystic realm. Yi Qinghan looked at the divine realm in the distance and hesitated. He hadn't come out for tens of thousands of years, and the planar war had also passed for more than 1,000 years. Should he go back and take a look? Let's go. What are you waiting for? You're faster than me, so you can fly with me. Yao Fei said unhappily when she saw Yi Qinghan standing there in a daze. Wait a moment, I'll go ask about the situation in the divine realm. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense and smiled. He then teleported and appeared thousands of miles to the left. Yao Fei immediately used her divine sense and saw Yi Qinghan enter a flying device that looked like a large bird. A flying phoenix was slowly flying in the sky. This was something that had only appeared in the divine realm in the past 10,000 years. Because it was easy to make, Zhu Yi had the disciples of the Wind Moon Monarch create a batch of them after they returned to the divine realm. They were used to patrol the space around the divine realm and the realm of demons. Enemy attack. Ah! Greetings, Emperor. A 7th-grade war god was sitting leisurely in the front hall of the Flying Phoenix. He was startled by Yi Qinghan's sudden appearance and instinctively shouted. When he saw who it was, he immediately knelt down with an excited expression. Rise. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and asked directly, what's the situation in the divine realm? The 7th-grade war god immediately replied respectfully, Emperor, everything is fine in the divine realm. We achieved a great victory in the dimensional war. All the sovereigns have returned safely, and the Yi family's army did not suffer too many losses. That's good. Send a message back and tell everyone to be at ease. I have already overcome the bottleneck and will return to Fiery Dragon City soon. This outcome was within Yi Qinghan's expectations. With Xiao He around, there was no suspense in the dimensional war. He left with a few words and teleported away. The 7th-grade war god watched respectfully as Yi Qinghan teleported away. He then immediately gave the order to return to the divine realm and pass on the emperor's orders. The news that the divine decree had just been sent after the dimensional war in the divine realm did not spread. Zhu Yi and Xiao He went to the land of reincarnation to look for Yi Qinghan. The rest of the people also blocked the news. Only 1,000 years had passed, and the divine realm had not started preparing for war. This 7th-grade war god naturally did not know. Yi Qinghan took it for granted that even if the divine realm was involved in the next dimensional war, it would be at least 100,000 years later. Thus, the misunderstanding was ingeniously created. Hundreds of millions of miles west of the reincarnation plane was the barren land that separated the realm of demons and the divine realm. Yi Qinghan knew that the barren land had a transfer array, so he did not return to the divine realm. Instead, he brought Yao Fei and flew toward the barren land. Chapter 14:19. Teleport, send us to the demonic plane. A few days later, Yi Qinghan arrived at the barren lands. He threw Yao Fei into the War Emperor Palace. He did not want the news of him going to the divine realm with a beauty from another plane to spread. He scanned with his divine senses and easily found a transfer array in a dead plane without any life. The barren lands had very little spiritual energy and was not suitable for low-level life forms. However, it was not a problem for a team of Emperor God martial artists to take turns to station here. Greetings, Great Emperor. The team of martial artists guarding the transfer array was curious as to why the Emperor did not come from the transfer array but from the endless void. However, they did not hesitate and immediately activated the transfer array, watching as Yi Qinghan left. After teleporting to the demonic plane, Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine senses and found that there were more cities and more humans in the demonic plane. However, what puzzled Yi Qinghan was that there were no 9th-grade Supremes guarding the demonic plane. There was only one lower 9th-grade Supremes from the Fire God race guarding Frost Night City, and he was still in seclusion. The plane battlefield was over. The beast god who was guarding here returned to the divine realm. Then, the divine decree descended. Zhu Yi and Xiao He went to the land of reincarnation. The beast god was not in the mood to come here. All the 9th-grade Supremes were still in Flame Dragon City, waiting for news. Greetings, Emperor. Frost Night City was very lively. There were countless martial artists in the plaza. The guards were all Emperor God level, and the leaders were a few Supremes. Have there been any special circumstances recently? Yi Qinghan nodded indifferently and fixed his gaze on a venerable realm commander. Reporting to the Emperor, everything is fine. The venerable did not expect Yi Qinghan to speak to him and immediately replied with an excited expression. That's good. Teleport to the Dark Night Plane. Yi Qinghan didn't mind. After going to the Dark Night Plane, he didn't stop there. He directly went to the Boundless Void, teleported Yao Fei out of the War Emperor Palace, and the two of them flew towards the Fei Plane. It didn't take long for Yi Qinghan's words to reach the God world. Then, news of Yi Qinghan appearing in the demonic plane also reached the God world. The beast god and the others were immediately relieved. The beast god had also teleported to the demonic plane to oversee it. Yi Qinghan had said that he would be back soon, so everyone went about their duties and quietly waited for his return. The situation in the fairy plane was terrible. In the planar war, the Fei plane had been defeated. They had been thoroughly defeated. Besides Yao Mu, Yao Concubine, and a small number of powerhouses that had returned, everyone else had perished. The monarch of the Fei race, Yao Fei, had gone to the divine world and never returned. Of the Fei race's 5 9th-grade Supreme Masters, only 2 remained. More than half of their 9th-grade martial artists had died. Most importantly, the Fei race learned that a very powerful plane south of their plane, the Bat Blood clan, had obtained the qualifications to attack their plane. The Bat Blood clan's plane wasn't as terrifying as the Divine World's plane. Any random person that came could suppress their plane. However, the Bat Blood clan had 7 or 8 9th-grade Supreme Masters. They were far from what the current Fei plane could resist. Although more than 1,000 years had passed since the planar war, and the Bat Blood clan hadn't attacked yet, the Fei plane was even more depressed and panicked. Countless Fei were in a constant state of anxiety. They feared that one day, a large group of ferocious and terrifying Bat Blood clan would descend from the sky and suck all the Fei's blood dry, swoosh. On this day, as expected, someone descended from the sky, scaring the Fei race powerhouses half to death. Then, when all the Fei clansmen saw a peerlessly beautiful figure, all the Fei powerhouses burst into tears and immediately flew into the sky as fast as they could. King! From the countless cities below, groups of Fei flew out. There were at least tens of thousands of them. These were all martial artists of the God Emperor realm. In the distance, there were even more Fei flying towards them. Yao Fei revealed a sweet smile as she looked at the Fei powerhouses flying towards her. This was a smile that came from the depths of her heart. When combined with her beautiful face, it was an extremely beautiful sight. Even Yi Qinghan was stunned. King, you've finally returned. If you hadn't returned, our Fei race would have been finished. Yao Mu's eyes were filled with tears. He was incomparably excited, his entire body shaking. Yao Fei's eyes flashed with surprise. She looked around at everyone and asked, "Is there anyone else? What happened? Let's return to Royal City first." Then, Yao Fei glared at Yi Qinghan. It was only then that the Fei powerhouses discovered Yi Qinghan's existence. They looked at him with vigilance, their eyes filled with hostility. "Come with me." Yao Mu and Yao Concubine will also follow. Everyone else, disperse first. Yao Fei said to Yi Qinghan. Then, she flew towards a large city in the north. Although Yao Mu and Yao Concubine were a bit puzzled, they didn't ask any questions. Yi Qinghan awkwardly rubbed his nose. Since he had promised Yao Fei, he couldn't just leave. Instead, he flew towards the north. What? As Yao Fei, listened to Yao Mu's story, her face turned cold and filled with guilt. She glared at Yi Qinghan and angrily said, "It's all your fault." "How is it my fault again? What does this have to do with me?" Yi Qinghan said innocently. But, he was actually cursing in his heart. "If you weren't so stubborn as to guard the Fei Plain, how could we have lost the planar wars? It's all your fault." Yao Fei, viciously said to Yi Qinghan. "If it weren't for you, how could I have left the Fei Plain? How could I have lost the planar wars? How could the Fei Plain have fallen to such a state?" F***ck. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and simply ignored her. Yao Fei's cold eyes turned and she said tyrannically, "No, you have to help our plane survive this crisis. The Bat Blood Tribe's plane is about to attack our plane. You have to help us defend it. Survive this crisis." Yao Mu and Yao Concubine's eyes lit up. They had personally experienced Yi Qinghan's strength. If Yi Qinghan and Yao Fei were here, no matter how many Bat Blood Tribe members came, the two of them could easily kill them. As long as they killed the powerful Bat Blood Tribe members, the Fei Plain would be completely safe. "I don't have time. I still need to cultivate." Yi Qinghan directly refused. He didn't have time to spare. "Cultivate? You can cultivate here too." Although Yao Fei, and Yi Qinghan did not know each other well, she knew that he was a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Her expression changed, and she said with some resentment, "As long as you help our plane survive this crisis, our grudges will be written off. I will never seek revenge from you again." Yao Fei panicked when she saw Yi Qinghan's hesitation. The Bat Realm was said to have 7 or 8 ninth-grade supreme martial artists. Who knew if there were existences that surpassed ninth-grade supreme martial artists or how many supreme spiritual treasures they had? Although she was confident in her strength, if she lost, the Fei Plain would be destroyed. She didn't dare to take the risk. After a moment of silence, Yao Fei looked shyly at Yi Qinghan and said telepathically, "At most, I will agree to your request. However, you must protect the Fei Plain in the future." "What request?" Yi Qinghan asked in a daze. Yao Fei became even more shy. She looked shyly at Yi Qinghan, lowered her head, and said telepathically, "You said you will be responsible for me." F***ck. "I'm just joking, don't take it seriously." "Sigh, I'm afraid of you. I will cultivate here. Once the Bat Blood Tribe's attack is over, I will return. We will mind our own business in the future." Yi Qinghan thought of Yao Fei's pestering all these years and thought for a moment. There was nothing to do in the divine realm anyway. Cultivating anywhere was the same. He said to Yao Fei, "Send a message to the divine realm. Tell them that I have been cultivating here for tens of thousands of years. After helping you through this crisis, I will return. Tell them to send someone to the Fei Plain to look for me immediately if anything happens." Yao Fei was relieved. She immediately sent Yao Mu and Yao Concubine to make the arrangements. "Yao Mu, why do I feel that the relationship between the king and the divine realm's emperor is somewhat ambiguous?" "I can see that too. Sigh, let's not worry about that for now. It's good that the king can return. With the divine realm's emperor's help, our plane will not have to fear the Bat Blood Tribe anymore." Yao Mu and Yao Concubine left Yao Fei's palace and started whispering to each other. Yao Concubine nodded after hearing Yao Mu's words. She walked out and said, "I will arrange for my people to send a message to the divine realm." "Don't send a message. Yao Mu quickly pulled Yao Concubine out and sent a telepathic message. Yao Concubine's eyes widened. She sent a telepathic message back, why? Yao Mu's eyes revealed a cunning look. He sent a telepathic message back, if the divine realm knows that their emperor will be staying here for tens of thousands of years, what if they send someone to call him back? The divine realm's emperor asked us to send a message. This means that the divine realm does not know that he is here. After the Bat Blood tribe attacks, we will send someone to send a message. Yao Concubine's eyes lit up. She exchanged a glance with Yao Mu, and the two laughed sinisterly. Chapter 14:20. Yi Qinghan didn't know that Yao Mu had made the decision on his own. He also didn't know that all the experts in the God world were waiting for his return, and that Zhu Yi and Xiao He were still searching for him in the land of reincarnation. Yi Qinghan ignored Yao Fei, and entered the War Imperial Hall to cultivate. After Yao Fei, finished arranging things, she also wanted to enter the War Imperial Hall to cultivate with him. She said that she wanted to keep an eye on Yi Qinghan and was afraid that he would sneak away. Yi Qinghan threw her into the palace helplessly and entered the stone steel hall to cultivate. Yi Qinghan had stayed in the land of reincarnation for a long time, and with Yao Fei, her supreme Dao secret art, he had comprehended the Dao of nature. He built a land of reincarnation inside the Frost Realm, which automatically adjusted the Frost Realm. The Frost Realm started to evolve again, and the speed of its evolution was even faster. The most important thing was that the power of cold had changed color again. It was originally green, but after Yi Qinghan condensed the spatial vortex, it became light green. At this moment, the color of the power of cold had become lighter, but its power had increased. Since the Frost Realm continued to evolve, Yi Qinghan relaxed and started to comprehend the laws. There were also the laws of wood and fire. He could easily comprehend them, so of course he had to do it immediately. I'll comprehend the mysteries of the laws of wood first. After comprehending the ultimate mysteries of wood and fire, my laws will reach the 9th grade supreme level. I wonder if my strength will change again. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the 5 basic elemental laws. They were the most basic elements that formed the world. There were also countless special mysteries of the wind element, such as Yuqingsheng's divine sound. They were all derived from these 5 elemental laws. In ancient China, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the 5 elements. They reinforced and restrained each other, forming a cycle of reincarnation. Yi Qinghan guessed that after comprehending these 5 elemental laws, there would definitely be a surprise waiting for him. After clearing his mind of distracting thoughts, Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He locked onto a high-level mystery of the laws of wood and started to comprehend it. Yao Fei, also continued her seclusion to comprehend her unparalleled heavenly Dao secret art. The Bat Blood tribe's attack was imminent, and she wanted to increase her strength as much as possible. She had told Yao Mu and Yao Concubine to inform them as soon as the Blood Bat clan attacked. It was easy to inform them. As long as they casually threw a punch in her palace, the two of them would immediately be shaken out. However, to Yi Qinghan and Yao Fei, her surprise, and to the countless Fei powerhouses' bewilderment, even after 800 years had passed, the Bat dimension still hadn't appeared. Since the Bat Blood clan did not appear, Yao Mu and Yao Concubine naturally did not disturb their cultivation. The two of them were immersed in their cultivation and lost track of time. Yi Qinghan didn't mind. He believed that the God realm was not a big deal. Even if the next planar war broke out, the God realm would have a part in it, but that would be 100,000 years later. What Yao Mu and Yao Concubine didn't know was that the Bat clan didn't have the time to attack the fairy plane. They had won the last planar war, and now the experts of the Blood Bat tribe had received the divine decree that they had to participate in the next planar war. How would they dare to attack and exhaust the experts of their own plane? Of course, something big happened in the God realm. Zhu Yi and Xiao He returned a year before the planar war, looking dispirited. The experts of the God realm also realized that Yi Qinghan had said that he would be back soon, but now, 8,000 years had passed, and he still hadn't returned. After Zhu Yi returned to the God realm, she heard the news that Yi Qinghan had sent back and learned that he had appeared in the demon plane. She couldn't help but glare at the experts in annoyance. If she was here, she would definitely contact Yi Qinghan immediately. However, there were so many experts in the God realm, but no one contacted Yi Qinghan. It wasn't that no one thought of looking for Yi Qinghan, but everyone guessed that Yi Qinghan had gone to the fairy plane. The fairy plane and the God realm were enemies. Yi Qinghan, Xiao He, and Zhu Yi weren't here, so no one dared to give the order. If it caused a war between the fairy plane and the God realm, no one could bear the consequences. Although Zhu Yi was helpless, she knew that it was too late to say anything now. She could only force herself to pull herself together and start making arrangements for the planar war. In fact, everyone knew that even if Yi Qinghan was in the God realm, he wouldn't participate in the war. However, everyone felt that with Yi Qinghan around, they would feel more at ease. Zhu Yi decided to participate in the planar war with the same people as before. She also asked the beast god to immediately send people to look for Yi Qinghan and tell Yi Qinghan everything about the God realm and the planar war. Xiao He and Zhu Yi led a group of experts and 1,000,000 Yi family soldiers to the planar war. They were going to participate in a war with an unknown outcome. The beast god went to the fiend plane to oversee it. He immediately sent a message to Emperor Xiang to bring people to the fairy plane and contact Yi Qinghan. Emperor Xiang was very unwilling. Although the fairy plane had been beaten into submission by the God realm, he rashly entered the fairy plane. But if he rashly entered the fairy plane and was killed by someone, that would be King Hell. But he didn't dare disobey the beast god's order. In addition, he guessed that Yi Qinghan had teleported from the fiend plane to the night plane and then to the endless void. It was very likely that he had gone to the fairy plane. He had an ambiguous relationship with the ruler of the fairy race. Emperor Xiang led a group of subordinates, riding on a flying phoenix, and slowly flew toward the fairy plane. The flying phoenix was extremely slow. It took them more than 30 years to reach the fairy plane. As a result, they were discovered as soon as they flew into the fairy plane. The spies of the fairy race discovered that they were visitors from the God realm. They were not here to cause trouble, but to look for their emperor. They immediately reported it. When Yao Mu and Yao Concubine received the news, Yao Concubine immediately gave Yao Mu a thumbs up. Then the two of them played a trick of crossing the sea by deception. What? The emperor is not in the fairy plane? He has never appeared? Emperor Xiang's face was full of disbelief. He looked at the two 9th-grade supreme martial artists of the fairy race and asked suspiciously, "Are you sure you are not lying to me? What do we get from lying to you? Our king is still in your God world. Do you know how our king is now?" Yao Mu lied with his eyes wide open, his face serious. Emperor Xiang was confused. "Your emperor? This? I'm not sure. Is our emperor really not in your plane?" "I said he's not. Do you have anything else? If not, leave our plane." Yao Concubine's face was full of hostility. The aura of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist made Emperor Xiang feel suffocated. Emperor Xiang went back gloomily. If Yi Qinghan was not in the fairy plane, where would he be? Yao Mu and Yao Concubine returned to the fairy plane with evil smiles. They only cared about getting through the crisis in the fairy plane. Why would they care about the life and death of the God realm? The news that Emperor Xiang sent back made Beast God dizzy. If not for the fact that Yi Qinghan was so powerful, if not for the fact that Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip was safe and sound in sealed God Valley, Beast God would have gone berserk. In the plain battlefield, Xiao He and Ice Queen Zhu Yi had already gone berserk. Just as they entered the plain battlefield, before they entered Demon Mountain, they received Pan Xing's voice transmission. The rules of the planar war had changed once again. The existences that won the last planar war had to obtain 5 million points in this planar war to be considered victorious. Zhu Yi, Xiao He, and Ice Queen, the three of them flew around Demon Mountain crazily. They wanted to get enough points in these 90 years. Demon Mountain went berserk too. Pan Xing changed the rules of the plain war once more. Numerous people cursed. They won the last plain war. Moreover, the 22 planes that participated were furious. But what could they do? Pan Xing was supreme. No one could challenge him. No one dared to go against his orders. The outcome of going against him was death. In the plain war, because of Pan Xing's obsession, numerous planes went berserk. Demon Mountain was filled with a bloody storm. Chapter 1421. Why are there so few martial artists in Demon Mountain this time? Damn, 5 million points, where are we going to get them? Within a tunnel within Demon Mountain, Xiao He hollered in rage. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen behind him had helpless expressions on their faces. 60 years had passed and they had only gotten 2 million points. This was even after the three of them went on a frenzied killing spree. Numerous armies probably knew that Demon Mountain was really crazy. The planes that won last time would definitely kill each other in Demon Mountain. Since they could win last time, then they were basically all strong planes. Those weaker planes would just be asking to die if they entered, so who would be willing to enter? There is a colored tunnel ahead. God bless me, let's hope that there is an army outside. Xiao He dashed and his eyes lit up. He twisted in the air and made a perfect arc in front of him, entering a tunnel on the left. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen's faces were filled with joy as they flew over like lightning. There were many passageways with different colors in Demon Mountain, but not every passageway had an army stationed outside it. For example, if God World didn't join in the battle, the outside would be empty with no one at all. Demon Mountain's tunnels intersected with one another and it was tough to find one with colors. If one did, it would depend on luck. Our luck is not bad. However, there are too few martial artists in this plane. Xiao He dashed out excitedly. When he saw the sky full of foreign cultivators, joy appeared on his face. He then swept with his divine sense and felt a little helpless. The strange plane outside was a strange beast that had never been seen before. It had countless legs, but they were like tree roots, intertwined and extending into the ground. Its body was like a bamboo pole, and it was dozens of meters tall. It was covered in dried bark, and it had a lot of eyes, dozens of pairs, and countless arms. It looked like an ancient tree or rather a tree demon. Okay. Emperor Xiao He, stop complaining and attack. There are hundreds of thousands of points here. After Zhu Yi and Ice Queen followed out, although they were a little disappointed, it was rare for them to find an army. They were considered lucky. The three of them weren't prepared to let any foreign beings escape. They turned into three shadows and flew in three different directions. Chi. As soon as Xiao He and the others moved, the army of tree demons in the distance also moved. Countless large hands turned into vines that filled the sky and shot toward the three of them. They were not fast, but they had the advantage in numbers. Countless vines covered the sky in an instant, including the three of them. The vines emitted a green stream of air, and a terrifying aura came from within. He cultivates the wood element, the power of wood? Zhu Yi sneered and sent out her 1,000-layer wave. However, the 1,000-layer wave didn't go forward. Instead, it started to spin in the air, forming a huge vortex that sucked in the vine arms. The vine arms were immediately torn apart as soon as they were sucked in. Ice Queen was really relaxed. She waved her hand and rows of ice arrows shot out. The vine arms in front of her were all shattered and not a single vine arm could touch her body. Xiao He, on the other hand, was incomparably terrifying. He did not move at all and simply flew forward. Those vine arms easily wrapped around his body. However, any vine that touched his body would be corroded. No matter how many came, they would all be corroded. It was like they weren't here to attack him but to give him energy. The two of them broke through the vine arm's encirclement. Zhu Yi went left, Ice Queen went right, and Xiao Hei was in the middle. The three of them flew above the army and formed a triangular formation. After confirming that their aura could cover the army below and that not a single tree demon could escape, they attacked. 2 Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artists and 1 exceeding Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artists' aura was like 3 mountains pressing down on them. The vine arms that shot towards the three of them were instantly pressed down. Numerous tree demons were bent down from the pressure. Chi, hundreds of thousands of low-grade tree demons couldn't move, but there were still several vines that resisted the pressure and shot towards Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei laughed coldly. He wasn't afraid at all. His body turned into a gust of wind and covered the area below. Kill! Zhu Yi hollered and started to attack along with Ice Queen. They needed large amounts of points, so they didn't want to wait for Xiao Hei to attack alone. The faster they got points, the safer they would be. Zhu Yi, Ice Queen, don't attack. Xiao Hei hollered right away. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen stopped and looked towards Xiao Hei curiously. Xiao Hei's excited voice spread out from within the wind, this tree demon has such strong life energy. 1 tree demon is comparable to a Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist in terms of life energy, Wakaka. I wonder if this Emperor Xiao Hei can evolve again after devouring all of these tree demons. Evolve? Zhu Yi and Ice Queen's eyes lit up at the same time. Yi Qinghan and the two of them deduced that Xiao Hei could evolve once more. But after swallowing so many experts, so many Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artists, they didn't feel any signs of evolution. If this tree demon really had such a huge amount of life energy, there was a chance that it could evolve. What was Xiao Hei's current strength? He was someone exceeding Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist. When he evolved, how strong would his strength be? Zhu Yi and Ice Queen didn't dare to imagine. But even if they couldn't go up against Pan Xing, they could at least exchange a few blows or make him worry, right? Zhu Yi and Ice Queen retracted their attacks and stood in mid-air aggressively to ensure that none of the tree demons could escape. Of course, the tree demons couldn't escape. Not to mention the two of them covering them, even Xiao Hei's aura made it hard for them to move. There weren't many experts in the tree demon army. Who knew if they were killed in Demon Mountain 60 years ago, but there was only 1 Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist. Xiao Hei didn't bother about the low-grade tree demons. He covered the Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist tree demon and started to fight with it. It was obvious that the tree demon couldn't hurt Xiao Hei and could only wait to be swallowed. What surprised Zhu Yi and Ice Queen was that the Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist tree demon was too strong or its life energy was too strong. Xiao Hei swallowed it really slowly. He had swallowed for half a month and he had only swallowed a small portion. Although Zhu Yi and Ice Queen were anxious for Xiao Hei to evolve, the two of them could only wait patiently. 1 month, 3 months, 1 year. A year later, Xiao Hei finally swallowed the Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist tree demon. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that the other low-grade tree demons would be easy to swallow, right? Who knew? What shocked them was that those low-level tree demons were also very difficult to swallow. Little Black originally wanted to cover a group of low-level tree demons in a large area, but he found that it was extremely difficult to swallow. In the end, he was forced to swallow dozens of them. Ice Queen sent a voice transmission to Zhu Yi worriedly, "Queen Zhu Yi, if we continue like this, won't it take 10 to 20 years? We only have a little more than 3 million points here. What should we do with 1 million points? When the final battle begins, points will be hard to come by. Unless we go to Blood Desert." Zhu Yi looked at Xiao Hei and sent a voice transmission to him with a firm gaze, "There is no choice. Xiao Hei's evolution is the most important thing. We will think of a way to get points in the future. If not, we will just kill the army outside of Blood Desert." Chapter 1422. Ice Queen was right. When Xiao He swallowed the last tree monster, 20 years had passed. There were still a few more years and he was still lacking 1,000,000 points. Unless they could find another big plane within these 7 or 8 years and annihilate their entire army. If not, he wouldn't be able to reach 5 million. Find an army within 7 to 8 years? Was that possible? It was possible. That depended on luck. If one was heaven-defying, they might be able to find one in 1 to 2 years. If they were unlucky, they might not even find one in 100 years. Xiao He, how do you feel? Can you evolve? Zhu Yi didn't care about that. She stared at Xiao He with a burning gaze. If Xiao He could evolve, not to mention the plain war, even the god world would have the confidence to fight Pan Xing. What was there to be afraid of? Yes. Xiao He's eyes were terrifyingly bright. He nodded his head and his face was filled with joy. He said with certainty, I can feel that I am about to evolve. The life energy of these tree monsters is too strong. Waha! I feel that as long as it swallows the life force of 10 ninth grade supreme martial artists, it will evolve. Ultimate evolution. I wonder what level my strength will reach after the evolution. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen's bodies shook. They exchanged glances with one another and laughed. Like two blooming flowers, they were extremely beautiful. Each time Xiao He evolved, he would have a vague feeling. As long as he sensed it, he would definitely be able to evolve. Let's go. Zhu Yi waved her hands and dashed into Demon Mountain. Ice Queen and Xiao He followed right away. 10 supreme level experts. It didn't mean that they had to swallow them. Swallowing an army, 1,000,000 martial artists, several grade 9 martial artists and 1 or 2 grade 9 supreme martial artists was barely enough. So their goal was to find an army. That way, not only could Xiao He evolve, but he might be able to accumulate points too. However, this time the Supreme God Emperor didn't protect them. Until the battle started, the three of them only met a few small groups. They didn't even meet a single grade 9 martial artist. When the white light covered the three of them, Zhu Yi's eyes were filled with determination. He had to make Xiao He evolve at all costs. In the battlefield of the decisive battle, the millions of Yi family soldiers stood silently at the stronghold in the immortal realm. Kid and the others were originally listless, but when they saw Xiao He and Zhu Yi's backs, they immediately became excited. After being stuck outside the Devil Mountain for 90 years, he could finally move his hands and feet. Attack! Search for the Planar Legion and start a war. Scout team, scout the area and search for the Planar Legion. Zhu Yi's first sentence jolted everyone's spirits and made everyone slightly nervous. Were they finally going to fight? It seemed that Great Emperor Xiao He and the two queens did not have enough points. How many points did they need? Countless scout squads began to spread out, searching for the Otherworld Legion. This time, Pan Xing didn't give any strange orders, like all the planes had to go to a decisive battle or something. This made Zhu Yi and the others feel slightly relieved. In fact, Pan Xing wasn't interested in the other 78 planes. Anyway, these 22 planes legions didn't have 5 million points. They had to fight everywhere for the final battle. Of the 22 planes, only a few of the more powerful planes still retained a lot of power. He didn't believe that when the planes legions were about to be annihilated, that hidden powerhouse wouldn't make a move. In the battlefield of the decisive battle, countless planes legions began to move. Because these 22 planes legions were fighting crazily in the Devil Mountain, countless planes legions didn't dare to enter the Devil Mountain, and the points they had were far from enough. Now that the decisive battle had begun, unless they surrendered and were willing to be defeated, they could only wander around and search for weaker planes legions to kill and gain points. Reporting to Great Emperor Xiao He, Commander-in-Chief, Lords, there's news coming from 1,000,000 miles to the right. There are 2 planes legions fighting. One side is the Minotaur Legion, the other side is the alien monsters. Both sides have 9th-grade supreme martial artists, millions of people, and their specific strength is unknown. The Immortal Realm legions were marching silently. The captain of the scout team flew over from afar, knelt on one knee in front of Xiao He and Zhu Yi, and reported the latest battle report. Zhu Yi immediately ordered, "Stop the march and send a message for all scouts to head to that location. Investigate the situation at all costs." Jida and the others were slightly shocked. These scout teams were at least 6th-grade war gods, or they were especially fast. In order to train these scout teams, Lei Zhen had expended a lot of energy and effort. With Zhu Yi's order, it was likely that not even half of the thousands of scouts would return alive. Zhu Yi's expression didn't change at all. Xiao He was careless and didn't understand at all. The captain of the scout team bowed deeply and immediately turned into a shadow, disappearing into the dense white fog in front of them. "All troops, get into a defensive formation and prepare for battle. Fei Hu, Mei Er, Great Emperor Xiao He, the 4 of us will stand at the 4 corners of the Plains Legion and use our divine senses to the limit to prevent the Plains Legion from launching a sneak attack." Zhu Yi ordered again. Xiao He twitched his mouth. Although he thought that Zhu Yi was making a big fuss out of nothing, he still followed her orders. The 4 of them spread out to the 4 corners of the Plains Legion and started to investigate. 2 hours passed, and the scout team still hadn't sent back any news. They were probably using their lives to exchange for valuable information. Zhu Yi didn't give the order, so no one moved. However, Xiao He and Yi Feihu didn't think much of it. They didn't pay much attention to the investigation with their divine senses. Even the Ice Queen thought that with Xiao He around, even if someone launched a sneak attack, it would be suicide. Enemy attack. Everyone, rise. Unexpectedly, after an hour, Zhu Yi's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes suddenly shot toward the ground where the Yi family legion was. Everyone was shocked by Zhu Yi's shout, but they all stood there blankly. There was nothing strange in the surroundings. Where did the enemy come from? In the next second, the answer was revealed. Chi. Beneath the ground, numerous yellow shadows flew out. They opened their vicious mouths and started to attack the Million Yi family legion. Their dark green eyes caused Xiao He's hair to stand on their ends. Ah! What monster is that? Kill! Numerous Yi family legion soldiers were caught off guard and half of their bodies were ripped apart by the terrifying monster. Numerous god crystals floated out. Tens of thousands of people actually died in one move. The remaining Yi family legion soldiers all attacked in terror. It was a total mess. Those are subterranean beasts. All of you spread out and rise into the sky. Don't tangle with them. Queen, slow down. Emperor Xiao He, attack. What Zhu Yi was worried about had happened. The monster that hadn't appeared in the few planar wars had finally appeared. When everyone heard the words, subterranean beast, their bodies shook. They didn't bother about attacking and hurriedly spread out into the sky. However, there were still some warriors who were entangled by the subterranean beasts and were unable to break free. The Ice Queen immediately summoned the wind and clouds, causing snow to fall from the sky. Xiao He also attacked furiously. Subterranean beasts were the scariest of low-level warriors in the planar wars. Subterranean beasts were not only famous in the Immortal Realm, but also in the entire Overland Realm. Subterranean beasts cultivated the laws of Earth. They could move freely underground. Even a 9th-grade Supreme Being would not be able to detect them if they didn't search the ground. Their bodies contained the power of Earth. Their defense was the strongest in the entire Overland Realm. The most terrifying thing was, these subterranean beasts were not focused on a single plane. Once they did, they would not rest until most of the warriors in the army were killed, or half of their own army was killed. Report. Of the 2 armies that were fighting, the Tauran army was defeated and was fleeing in our direction. The alien army was chasing after them. They will arrive in a moment. When it rains, it pours. At this moment, the scout team's report finally arrived. The results made Zhu Yi and all the other powerhouses' expressions change. Chapter 14:23. Let's see how you can hide it now. I don't believe it. When all the powerhouses and martial artists in your dimension are dead, can you still hide your strength? Fight. Kill to your heart's content. At the peak of Mount Pan, Pan Xing's gaze swept across the area below. His face was filled with a cruel smile that was unbridled. If someone stood at the peak of Mount Pan right now, if there was no white fog in the battlefield of the decisive battle below, and if they could see the situation below clearly from above, they would realize something amazing. Almost at the same time, the 22 planes that were suspected by Pan Xing were currently being besieged by 2, or more than 2 legions. For example, the Immortal realm was currently in a chaotic battle with 3 armies. This, of course, was not a coincidence. This was deliberately arranged by Pan Xing. Pan Xing controlled the restrictions in the dimension battlefield, and could easily guide 2 dimensions to meet. Of course, he could also easily cause a few dimensions to meet, and then a chaotic battle would break out. Pan Xing had become smart. He could not force everyone to go to the bloody Gobi Desert to participate in the decisive battle. Now that he had secretly done something, he could cause these 22 armies to fall into a chaotic battle. Even Pan Xing himself felt that he was extremely smart. Zhu Yi was 100 times smarter than Pan Xing, but at this moment, she wished that her brain could work 100 times faster. She did not make a move. She stood calmly in midair, giving orders quickly. All members of the Yi family army are not to tangle with the subterranean beasts. Retreat 100 miles to the left. Remember not to land. Just repel the subterranean beasts' attacks. Don't tangle with them. Freeze the subterranean beasts with all your might. Don't let them delay the army. Otherwise, when the xenomorphs and the minotaurs arrive, we'll fall into a chaotic battle. Yi Feihu, bring all the rank 9 powerhouses to stop the minotaurs. See if you can make them change their direction. If you can't, delay them. There were still tens of thousands of martial artists underground, fighting with the subterranean beasts, or rather, trying their best to get rid of the subterranean beasts. Xiao He was worried about the Yi family army below, so he did not dare to release his aura. Otherwise, those tens of thousands of people would all be attacked and killed by the subterranean beasts underground. He could only angrily turn into a gust of wind that swept down and devoured a portion of the subterranean beasts. These subterranean beasts resembled crocodiles. However, they had 6 claws and were covered in earthy yellow scales. A faint yellow glow circulated on their surface. Even if a 7th-grade war god were to attack them with all his might, they would not be harmed in the slightest unless a venerable utilized his origin energy. The most important thing was that their speed was extremely fast, and they weren't afraid of death at all. They drilled into the ground in silence, and even divine senses couldn't detect them. It suddenly jumped out and used its claws and sharp teeth to bite. Both its claws and teeth were covered in a khaki-colored aura. It was incomparably powerful. Most of the Yi family army retreated, but the speed at which they did so was very slow. That was because countless subterranean beasts were constantly emerging from the ground and flying into the air to attack the Yi family army. After each attack, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they would immediately burrow into the ground and disappear without a trace. Your Majesty, we can't hold on any longer. The Minotaurs have gone mad. Yi Feihu brought the Water God tribe and Jida with him. Not long after they left, the Yi family army had only retreated for a few dozen miles before they all returned dejectedly. 7 of them had left, but only 6 had returned. The weakest among them, the leader of the Qingshan tribe, Green Cod, had died in battle. Just as Yi Feihu finished speaking, countless minotaurs with two-legged lower bodies and upper bodies that were no different from a bull rushed over in a grandiose manner. All of their eyes were blood-red, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. The 4 minotaurs at the very front were the most imposing. They had 2 horns that were hundreds of meters long on their heads, and the destructive power that surrounded them made one's heart palpitate. The ones behind them were aberrations. Their bodies were incorporeal, and they resembled balls of bubbles. There were countless eyes on them, and they constantly shot out beams of dark light. It was obvious that their attacks were soul attacks. Emperor Xianxia, ignore the people below. Suppress the minotaurs with all your might. Ye family army, heed my orders. Fight for yourselves. Prioritize self-preservation, and don't seek to kill the enemy. Surviving this battle will be considered a victory. All rank 9s, gather around me. Prioritize defense. Emperor Xianxia, devour with all your might. The faster you kill the enemy, the higher our chances of survival. It's all up to you now. A chaotic battle was unavoidable. Zhu Yi could only issue a few orders in the shortest amount of time possible. Countless people would definitely die in this chaotic battle, but Zhu Yi hardened her heart and did not give the order to retreat. This was because the subterranean beasts would not let the divine realm off. Casualties were inevitable. Most importantly, the divine realm needed to win, and Xianxia needed to evolve. If that was the case, then they would fight with all their might. The minotaurs arrived in a grandiose manner. They were obstructed by the divine realm army and the subterranean beasts' army. The minotaurs seemed to have gone crazy from the slaughter, and they began to attack the divine realm army and the subterranean beasts in a frenzy. The aberrations behind them caught up, and it became a chaotic battle. Blood sprayed wildly. Severed limbs flew in the air, divine crystals floated in the air, and badges were scattered all over the ground, mingling with the blood. Angry roars, wails of pain, explosions, and the sound of the wind intertwined together, playing a bone-chilling melody. The divine realm army stayed close together, focusing on self-preservation. However, faced with the attacks of the subterranean beasts and minotaurs, as well as the aberrations behind them, they still suffered many casualties. Zhu Yi, the Ice Queen, Yi Feihu, and a group of rank 9 powerhouses worked together, easily sweeping through the enemy. However, the more they did so, the stronger the attacks they suffered. Xianxia was the most relaxed. Zhu Yi's ruthlessness allowed him to ignore the divine realm army's losses and focus on killing the enemy. He transformed into a blue dragon and charged into the enemy army furiously. Apart from the 4 rank 9 supreme martial artists that made him slightly wary, the rest of the attacks from the minotaurs were completely ignored. He ignored the aberration's soul attacks even more. Looking at the martial artists from other dimensions that covered the mountains and plains, it was as if Xianxia saw endless energy. As long as he could devour half of these martial artists from other dimensions, it would be enough for him to evolve. The war continued. Countless lives were lost. Toward the end, Zhu Yi and the others' eyes were bloodshot. A group of rank 9 martial artists started attacking the Minotaur's rank 9 supreme martial artists. The Yi family army was the most depressed. The subterranean beasts chased after them. The Minotaurs and aberrations attacked them, but they ignored them completely. They had to face the subterranean beasts' sneak attacks, the crazy Minotaurs, and the aberrations' soul attacks. The Yi family army was dying in droves. 1 million Yi family soldiers had only fought for a few hours, and more than half of them were dead. But what could they do? In this situation, they could only fight to the death. Fight to the death with all their might. It was either you die or I live. In the end, the Yi family army's eyes were bloodshot, and they started fighting crazily. Divine power, spatial power, earth power, destruction power, and soul power rampaged in the air, on the ground, and underground. More and more lives were lost. The smell of blood in the air thickened. The martial artists in the field became crazier and crazier, after an unknown period of time. The aberrations were the first to retreat. Other than the 2 rank 9 supreme martial artists, the rest of the minotaurs were all dead. The subterranean beasts finally retreated as well. Only countless divine realm martial artists with bloodshot eyes were left on the field. Xiao Hei's frenzied devouring and massacre had allowed the divine realm to win the final victory. It was a pity that several rank 9 martial artists had died. Zhu Yi and the other 2 rank 9 supreme martial artists were the strongest, so they were fine. Kid was half dead and had already fainted. The 3 members of the Water God clan were all dead. The Wind Moon Sovereign was dead. Among the Million Yi family soldiers, only less than 100,000 survived. Moreover, all of them were injured. Zhu Yi looked at the dead bodies all over the ground, at the tens of thousands of Yi family soldiers, and at the eyes of the Wind Moon Sovereign who had died with his eyes wide open. She wiped the blood from the corner of her eyes and sat on the ground weakly. Her face was filled with guilt and pain as she muttered, "Emperor, Yi has disappointed you." Chapter 14:24. The million-strong Yi family army was the most elite group of low-level martial artists in the immortal world. Many of these elites were manor lords of various manors. In order to follow Yi Qinghan, they did not hesitate to give up glory and status. In the end, pretty much all of them died here. These were all people who had a high chance of becoming honorables and grade 9 experts. Now that so many of them had died, Zhu Yi felt a wave of pain in her heart. She felt like she didn't dare to go back and face Yi Qinghan. Ice Queen's face was cold. She forced herself to focus and sent a voice transmission to Zhu Yi. "Zhu Yi, don't be sad. Everyone needs you now." Zhu Yi was stunned and came back to her senses. She was the commander of the army. Anyone could be sad, depressed, and emotional, but she couldn't. Her gaze immediately became cold, and she immediately glanced at Black. She transmitted her voice to him, "Emperor Black, how is it? Have you swallowed enough energy? Can you evolve?" Xiao Hei pouted and grinned, "It is enough, but I don't dare to refine it now, otherwise, I will fall asleep. Let's talk about it when we return to God World." Zhu Yi was pumped up. She finally heard a piece of good news. It was worth it for so many people to die in God World. She sent the news to Ice Queen and she was delighted. "All of you, collect the badges. After you do, we will announce our retreat and return to God World." Zhu Yi immediately sent the message. Everyone who could move started to collect the badges from the corpses on the ground. There were many badges. Although the alien and subterranean beasts took some, it was enough for God World to gather 5 million points. Wang. Pan Xing didn't play any tricks this time. After God World announced their retreat, he used the restrictions to teleport the God World army to the peak of Mount Pan. However, Pan Xing's gaze was really unfriendly, especially when he stared at Xiao Hei. Although Xiao Hei couldn't see it, he felt a cold intent spread from the depths of his soul. 14 of the 22 planes have already been destroyed in battle. There are still 8 more. These 8 planes are really stubborn. This emperor doesn't believe that you will be able to win the next planar war. Pan Xing sneered as he looked at the legions that were teleported up one after another. 5 million points. Besieged by a few existential planes, yet there were still 8 legions that survived and obtained enough points. The aberration that was born from the Supreme Slaughter God Blade is quite strong. Without this aberration, the divine world would be finished, right? Humph. Don't think that I don't know that the 10 ancient clans have secretly joined the battle. Wait till this emperor finds that person, then I'll slowly settle the score with you all. Pan Xing's gaze swept across Xiao Hei's body and paused on Zhu Yi's body for a while. Then, he swept his gaze across the other 7 planes. After a while, he still didn't find anything. He sneered and said faintly, "Hide, continue to hide. Let's see how you can hide when your plane is defeated. One by one, the planes teleported over. Pan Xing also knew that he wouldn't be able to find that person in this planar war. He had no choice but to let all the victorious planes leave. Pan Xing's gaze swept across Zhu Yi and Xiao He, causing the two of them to feel a chill down their spines. Zhu Yi was extremely nervous. Even the careless Xiao He felt that things weren't right. Only when Pan Xing told all the planes to hand over their badges and the Divine World Army was teleported to the lava canyon did Zhu Yi and Xiao He heave a sigh of relief. Zhu Yi waved her hands and told the Divine World Army to start teleporting. Half of her body leaned weakly on Ice Queen's body as she looked towards Pan Shan. They had survived another calamity, but what about the next time? She felt that Pan Xing wouldn't let this matter rest so easily. Perhaps 10,000 years later, the next planar war would begin again. Zhu Yi was right. The moment Zhu Yi and the others returned to Supreme Island, Xiao He immediately found a side hall and started to refine the energy in his body. He fell into a deep sleep. A bolt of purple lightning exploded in the sky once more. When Zhu Yi teleported up, she noticed that it stated that the next planar war would begin in 10,000 years and that the God world would participate in it. Her body was about to go soft and she fell down powerlessly. If not for Ice Queen flying up and carrying her down, she would have smashed into the ground. Where is the Emperor? Where is the Emperor? Where is the Beast God? Send a message for him to come and see me. When Ice Queen carried Zhu Yi into her palace, Zhu Yi jumped up and exclaimed. Lei Zhen and the others who came to welcome didn't even have time to ask about the situation before their faces tensed up. Lei Zhen explained, the Beast God sent a message back a few decades ago. He sent people to the fairy plane. Little Han, isn't there? He hasn't returned in all these years. Zhu Yi went completely limp this time, her whole body powerless to sit on the throne. The two planar wars had put her under too much pressure. Now that the God world had lost a lot of strength, Xiao He was in deep sleep and who knew whether or not he would wake up in 10,000 years. Zhu Yi was completely flustered. She couldn't even stand up straight under the weight of that 10,000 gene weight. Send people to search for him. Head to the fairy plane, golden dragon plane, reincarnation plane. Head to all the mid-tier planes to find the Emperor. If the Emperor doesn't return, then in 10,000 years, the God world might be wiped out. Zhu Yi hollered. Maybe Yi Qinghan might not have a solution when he returned, but for some reason, she believed that as long as Yi Qinghan was there, the God world wouldn't be wiped out. Even if the enemy was Pan Xing. Lei Zhen and the others were terrified. The God World Army sent 1 million people and so little came back. Water God race had 3 grade 9s, Wind Moon Sovereign, Green Mountain race Chief Qing Shui were dead and Jida was still unconscious. Now that the God decree had descended once more, the God world had joined the war once more. Moreover, they heard that the God world gained 5 million points in the last planar war. Even the stupidest person could feel that something was wrong. Zhu Yi panicked and everyone panicked. Immediately, countless orders were passed down. Countless flying phoenixes took off into the endless void. A day later, Soul Emperor Pavilion and Beast God Palace also took off with the experts of the God world to search for Yi Qinghan. Because of the God world's Pyrrhic victory in the planar war, Yi Qinghan had not appeared for tens of thousands of years, Emperor Xiao He was in deep sleep, and the planar war in 10,000 years, everyone was panicking. Although they didn't know what was going on, countless flying phoenixes took off and countless big shots had ugly expressions. They could feel that something big was going to happen. Countless rumors began to spread. The atmosphere of the God world became extremely heavy and suffocating. Are you sure our Emperor isn't in your fairy plane? If you dare lie to us, the God world's army will flatten your fairy plane. Beast God looked at Yao Mu and Yao Concubine coldly. Yi Feihu went to the demon plane the day after he returned. He immediately brought Yi Feihu and the two rushed to the fairy plain as fast as possible. In the end, they got the same answer as last time. Humph, if he isn't here, then he isn't. If you don't believe me, you can go find him yourself. Your God world's emperor is missing and you're blaming us? Our king went to your God world and his whereabouts are unknown. That's right. Can the God world do whatever they want just because they are strong? Bring your army and attack us. Let's see if our fairy plain is afraid of death. If you dare to attack us, I will go to Mount Pan and ask the God Emperor to help me. The blood bat race still didn't attack the fairy plain. Yao Mu and Yao Concubine had already concealed it last time, so they decided to keep it a secret. The two gritted their teeth and said. With Yi Qinghan gone, they didn't have the confidence to resist the blood bat race. So what if Yi Qinghan found out in the future? Didn't their king have an ambiguous relationship with him? Humph. Let's go. The God world was in chaos now. Beast God didn't dare to fall out with the fairy plain. Besides, he thought that with him and Yi Feihu appearing, if Yi Qinghan was really in the fairy plain, the two of them wouldn't dare to hide it. Over the years, countless flying phoenixes returned, but there was no news of Yi Qinghan. In fact, Zhu Yi sent hundreds of thousands of people to the land of reincarnation with special jade talismans, but there was still no news of Yi Qinghan. Zhu Yi and the experts fell into panic. The God world was in complete chaos. It was as if doomsday was coming. Chapter 1425. After the Cold Realm established the land of reincarnation, the speed of comprehending the laws actually doubled. She finished comprehending the ultimate mystery of the wood laws so quickly. This Tao of the heavens, the Tao of nature, is helpful to the cultivation of the laws. Yi Qinghan was completely unaware of what was happening in the immortal world. At this moment, he was immersed in boundless joy. In less than 10,000 years, he had already comprehended one of the 6 high-grade profound mysteries of the wood element, and this was under the circumstance that the enchantress wasn't by his side. Yi Qinghan also confirmed one point. The evolution speed of the Cold Realm was directly proportional to his cultivation speed. How could this Yao Fei have the Tao of the heavens cultivation method? The Tao of the heavens is the great Tao of nature, it is very heaven-defying. If she reaches large success, her strength will be incomparably terrifying. Should I think of a way to trick her? When a martial artist cultivated to the God realm, they had to comprehend the laws of the heavens and earth. In other words, they had to understand the world and Pangaea. The more you understood, the more intimate the heavens and earth would be to you, and the more power you could borrow from the heavens and earth. If you could comprehend the mysteries of the 12 laws, the heavens and earth would completely recognize you. You could move the heavens and earth as you pleased, and you would become a supreme God Emperor. As for Yao Fei, Er's Tao of the heavens, although it was not comprehending the laws of the heavens and earth, it was a different way of getting closer to the heavens and earth. The closer the heavens and earth were to you, the more power you could borrow. This was the reason why Yao Fei, Er's original strength had been forcefully increased by others, and yet she could still grow infinitely stronger. There were 3,000 great Daoists, but they all led to the same destination. The ultimate goal was to use the power of the heavens and earth. To use the might of the heavens and earth to kill the enemy. Yi Qinghan had obtained the first half of the Tao of the heavens, and it had helped him solve a problem that he had not been able to solve for tens of thousands of years. He was also very interested in the complete Tao of the heavens and was also very curious about how the ancestors of the Fae had obtained this Tao of the heavens and earth. As he thought about it, his divine sense subconsciously swept towards Yao Fei, Er's chamber, only to discover that she had just woken up. Her beautiful face was filled with excitement as she clenched her fists tightly. She smiled and said, "This Empress has broken through again. Right now, I have already comprehended 60% of this cultivation technique. When this Empress has comprehended it to the Great Circle, I will definitely be able to kill that detestable deity realm the Arch. This Empress will definitely make her tremble under my feet." F***ck. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he became indignant. I have to leave my hometown to help you guard this place. Why do you still want to kill me? His body flashed, and he teleported over angrily. He shouted angrily at Yao Fei, get up, I'll bring you out. Yao Fei, was startled by Yi Qinghan's sudden appearance. When she saw Yi Qinghan's cold expression and unkind tone, she asked curiously, what are you going out for? This spatial artifact of yours has a powerful spirit-gathering array. This king's cultivation speed is very fast, but how can this king's cultivation speed be that fast outside? I'm not going out. Fall. Yi Qinghan's complexion became even more unfriendly. He felt that he was nurturing a tiger that would invite calamity. He coldly snorted and said, get out, get out. Yours truly is going back. Go wherever it's cool. Just take it that I've raised an ingrate. From now on, we'll mind our own business. Of course, if you still want to take revenge on me, come at me. If you can kill this young master, then you'll have the ability. But next time, this young master will definitely not show mercy to the fairer sex. Humph. This king is not going out. Yao Fei felt the restrictions of the War Monarch Palace envelop her. A wave of energy was acting on her body, and she could not help but panic. Her body flashed with green light as she resisted the teleportation. When she saw the cold expression on Yi Qinghan's face, she felt rather confused and wronged. Her watery eyes looked pitifully at Yi Qinghan as she whispered, how can you be like this? Falling out with me just like that? Yi Qinghan said coldly, falling out with me just like that? This young master has helped you guard this plane for 10,000 years. We agreed to forget all our past grudges, but you still want to raise your strength to kill me? It was only now that Yao Fei realized that Yi Qinghan had overheard what she had said after she came out of seclusion. She snuck a glance at Yi Qinghan and said with some shame, she was just casually saying it. This king will not seek revenge from you. Fei was wrong. I'll apologize to you, all right? Yi Qinghan waved his hand, clearly not buying it. 10,000 years have passed. Your plane has been very safe, and the blood bat race has not attacked. I've done what I promised you, so it's time for me to go back. No. Yao Fei was completely anxious. She could see the longing in Yi Qinghan's eyes. It seemed that he had steeled his heart to return. She was a very stubborn person, even paranoid. Once she set her mind on something, she would follow it to the end. Otherwise, she would not have pestered Yi Qinghan so much in the past. When she heard that Yi Qinghan was leaving, not only was she afraid that her Fei race would be exterminated, but she also felt an emptiness in her heart. For the first 20 years of her life, she had grown up under the protection of several powerhouses of her race. For the next tens of thousands of years, she had followed Yi Qinghan. She already had an inexplicable affection for him. She immediately said in a panic, you can't go. If you go, what will happen to me? Our Fei race will be exterminated. You can't go. Yi Qinghan's eyebrows shot up. He mercilessly said, damn. I'm not your man. What does your life or death, what does the life or death of the Fei race have to do with me? I've already helped you guard the plane for 10,000 years. I've already done my part. Yao Fei was even more anxious. She immediately grabbed onto Yi Qinghan, afraid that he would run away. Her face was red as she said, how are you not my man? I promised to marry you. I am the king of the Fei race, and you are my man. Of course you have to take responsibility for the Fei race. Fall, Yi Qinghan was speechless, but his tone softened. He took 2 deep breaths and said, when did I promise to marry you? Do you think I'm such a casual person? It wasn't that Yi Qinghan was being pretentious. Ever since he took in the Ice Queen, Yi Qinghan's flirtatious personality had cooled down quite a bit. Although this Yao Fei was a top beauty, and the Fey race was extremely sexy, Pan Xing's giant axe was still hanging over his head. He didn't have the heart to be with women. You're not a casual person? Yao Fei looked at Yi Qinghan in disdain. She said shyly, I'm still a virgin. My entire body has been touched by you. My chastity has been destroyed by you. How can you not be casual? You're a man. Don't you dare to admit it? Oh, 3 black lines appeared on Yi Qinghan's brow. He said helplessly, I said it was a misunderstanding. Forget it, let's do this. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment. It had only been 10,000 years. Since the godly world had been defeated, and Xiao He was there shouldn't be any big problems. Also, he had told Yao Mu and Yao Concubine to send a message back to the godly world. If anything happened, Zhu Yi would definitely send someone to find him. Since that was the case, it wouldn't be a problem to cultivate here for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps when he reached the large success stage of the laws of fire, he would be able to comprehend the 5 basic elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It would form a cycle. His strength would increase greatly. He could give them a surprise when he returned. After thinking things through, Yi Qinghan stated his conditions. I can agree to continue guarding here for 30,000 years, but you must give me the complete Heavenly Dao cultivation technique. Heavenly Dao cultivation technique? Yao Fei's eyes flashed with craftiness. She smiled sweetly and said straightforwardly, deal. Chapter 1426. I got the Heavenly Dao's supreme secret art. I'll comprehend the fire elemental laws first before I comprehend the Heavenly Dao's supreme secret art. Yao Fei passed the Heavenly Dao's supreme secret art to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan didn't bother with Yao Fei. He turned and teleported away, preparing to continue his cultivation. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yi Qinghan knew that some 9th grade supremes must have comprehended them before. However, he also had a faint feeling that he was different from others. As long as he could comprehend all 5 elemental laws of heaven and earth, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Although this feeling was somewhat inexplicable and unreasonable, Yi Qinghan had always believed in his own feelings. Just like how Xiao He felt that he was about to evolve, that everything would evolve in the end. This was also one of the main reasons why Yi Qinghan didn't want to go back. He had already left the godly world, his women, and his people for tens of thousands of years. If he didn't make any breakthroughs, he would be too ashamed to go back. Either he didn't go back, or he had to be strong enough to protect them. Pan Xing, I really don't want to fight you. You can be your divine emperor, and I will be my godly world emperor. If you insist on killing me, I can only kill you mercilessly in the end. No matter how strong you are. Yi Qinghan carried an incomparably firm confidence as he once again began his closed-door training crazily. No, none of them. Where did the emperor go? In Sealed God Valley, Zhu Yi kept receiving news from all over. She didn't show any emotion on her face, but her heart was burning with anxiety. Thousands of years had passed. The godly world had sent out tens of thousands of flying phoenixes to search for Yi Qinghan. Even in the land of reincarnation, they had sent out tens of thousands of people to search for Yi Qinghan. But they didn't find anything. If not for the fact that Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip was still intact, Zhu Yi would have thought that Yi Qinghan was already dead. Zhu Yi suspected that Yi Qinghan was in the fairy plane. Back in the land of reincarnation, Yi Qinghan had brought Yao Fei with him. And the last time he appeared was in the night plane. If he didn't go to the fairy plane, where did he go? However, the beast deity brought Yi Feihu there personally, and the other party insisted that Yi Qinghan wasn't there. Most importantly, the Yao concubine had made a threat. If the god realm dared to touch the demoness plane, she would definitely complain to Pan Xing. It was already a troubled time, so Zhu Yi was even more afraid to move. Otherwise, it would be the end of the world. Yi Qinghan's harem group was also anxious. Xiao He was in a deep sleep. It was the ultimate evolution. No one knew how long he would sleep for. Maybe thousands of years, maybe tens of thousands of years. The last time Xiao He evolved, the god realm was almost destroyed. Xiao He didn't wake up. If not for Yi Qinghan comprehending the unyielding Tao and refining the energy in Xiao He's body with the help of the divine lightning, who knew how long it would take for Xiao He to wake up, it was very likely that Xiao He wouldn't wake up before the next dimensional war. Yi Qinghan wasn't around, and the dimensional war was getting more and more perverted. No one knew how Pan Xing would play with him in the next dimensional war. Zhu Yi's heart was in a mess. She, who was as intelligent as a demon, had never thought that there would be a day when she would be so anxious, so terrified, and so helpless. Under such a heavy atmosphere in the god realm, there were actually 2 lower 9th rank cultivators who broke through. The hermit sovereign had been stuck at the bottleneck for hundreds of thousands of years. Under the great pressure, he actually broke through and reached upper 9th rank. Mo Shanghuang broke through almost at the same time as the hermit sovereign. Both of them were immediately given chaos divine crystals by the enchantress. Before Yi Qinghan entered the land of reincarnation, he gave the enchantress 4 chaos divine crystals. If anyone in the god realm broke through, he was to refine them immediately. The hermit sovereign and Mo Shanghuang immediately went into seclusion to refine them. It was estimated that they would break through to 9th rank supreme martial artist in 1,000 years at most. This news gave the god realm a temporary reassurance. Both of them had broken through. Even if Yi Qinghan didn't return and Xiao He didn't wake up before the next dimensional war, the god realm still had 6 9th rank supreme martial artists. It wasn't like they didn't have the power to fight. 6 9th grade supreme martial artists were indeed a very powerful force. In the entire plate realm, there were less than half of the planes that had 6th rank supreme martial artists. But Zhu Yi still felt a chill deep in her heart. Pan Xing. This suffocating name constantly lingered in Zhu Yi's heart like a nightmare. Zhu Yi had a very bad premonition. Perhaps in the next planar war, the divine world would be completely finished. No, I have to go to the bewitching plane. I have to find little Han. Big sister Zhu Yi has suffered too much. In a palace in the Seal Valley of Gods, Yi Qingwu's face was full of anger. She paced back and forth in the main hall. She complained, little Han is really too much. It's fine if he's a playboy, but what time is it now? He actually went to the bewitching plane to pick up beauties. See if I don't give him a law scout when he comes back. But the old ancestor of the beast god said that little Han isn't in the bewitching plane. Yi Qingyu's thoughts were simple, and she asked doubtfully. The enchantress said, little Han should be in the bewitching plane. But he probably isn't lusting after Yao Fei, He probably encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Sigh. Everyone chattered on. Finally, Yu Qingcheng, the mistress of the harem, said, Zhu Yi didn't ask us to look for him, so let's not move around. Once we're in a mess, Zhu Yi will have an even bigger headache. Yao Yao and the others, especially tell them to keep a close eye on them. Don't let them run around. Once Yu Qingcheng spoke, everyone didn't dare to speak anymore. Everyone had always trusted Yu Qingcheng's words. Li Shui, returned to her palace and immediately found the demon devourer. She solemnly instructed, Yao Yao, you and Zishi better stay in the holy city for now. Don't run around. If you dare to go to the bewitching plane to look for your uncle and dare to act recklessly, I'll definitely lock you up for 10,000 years. Understood, mother. We definitely won't run around. Yao Yao nodded obediently. Only then did Li Shui, leave, satisfied. When she left, Yao Yao's eyes, which were exactly the same as Xiao Hei's, started to move. She faintly smiled, and said, the bewitching plane? Hee, it's not bad to go and play. With uncle there, we won't be in danger. But Mother and the others will definitely keep a close eye on us. In the future, we'll find a chance to sneak out. Right. Let's do it this way. Drag Zixi along, hee. 1,300 years later, the hidden sovereign and Mo Shanghuang came out of seclusion one after another. Both of them broke through to the 9th grade supreme martial artist level. The people in the God realm who were originally in turmoil also gradually calmed down. As long as Great Emperor Xiao He woke up before the planar war, everything would be perfect. Before Great Emperor Xiao He evolved, he already had the strength of a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Now that he was undergoing the ultimate evolution, once he woke up, what kind of shocking strength would he have? Zhu Yi and the others didn't know. Moreover, they wouldn't have the chance to find out. Since the start of the planar war, Great Emperor Xiao He had always been in a deep sleep. No matter what method was used, he couldn't be awakened. Beast God, the God realm is in your hands. Wait for Great Emperor Xiao He to come out of seclusion. Tell him not to be impulsive. Everything will be discussed after the Great Emperor returns. Yao Ji, you must stay in the Nifa's abyss at all times. If we lose and the other planes invade the God realm, you must use the restrictions to resist until the Great Emperor returns, or until Great Emperor Xiao He wakes up. Zhu Yi stood in the palace of the Supreme Island and spoke to the Beast God, Yao Ji, and the sovereign stationed in the God realm. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Why did it seem like Zhu Yi was saying her last words? Of course, we won't die so easily. As long as there's a chance of survival, we'll definitely fight for it. If they want to take our lives, they'll have to pay 10 times the price. Zhu Yi forced a smile and took a deep look at Yao Ji. She sent a telepathic message, when the Great Emperor returns, tell him that I love him very much. I love him very much, I love him very much. In my next life, I'll still be his woman. Under Yao Ji's emotional gaze, the Beast God's bitter smile, and the burning gazes of several 9th grade sovereigns, Zhu Yi resolutely turned around and flew out of the palace. She brought most of the elites of the God realm and rushed to the planar war again. Chapter 1427. Dragon Men Plane, Mammoth Beast Plane, Godly World Plane, Fire Lizard Plane. These 8 planes must obtain 10 million points in the dimensional war. Otherwise, it won't be considered a victory. Something that made Zhu Yi and the rest despair finally happened. Pan Xing had gone crazy. He actually specified that the 8 planes must obtain 10 million points. 10 million points. Did that mean that they had to kill more than 6 planes? Was it possible? With Yi Qinghan and Xiao He, it might be possible. However, with both of them absent, it was absolutely impossible. Your Majesty, this, Mo Shanghuang and the Hidden King didn't participate in the last 2-dimensional wars, so they didn't know the situation. They looked at Zhu Yi and saw that Zhu Yi and Ice Queen, Night Flying Tiger Jida's faces were pale. That's right, pale. It wasn't pale, nor was it snow white. It was a desperate pale. Without Xiao He and Yi Qinghan, the godly world would definitely lose. Pan Xing, you are too vicious. You are forcing the 8 planes to die. Zhu Yi sighed and turned to look at Demon Mountain. It was as if she could see through Demon Mountain to the clouds. Pan Xing was laughing coldly, his face full of mockery. After a long while, Zhu Yi suddenly shouted, Yi Feihu, Mo Shanghuang, the hidden sovereign, Mei Er will accompany me to the Demon Mountain. Jida, you will lead the Immortal World Army and return to the Lava Canyon to defend. If we can't obtain 10 million points in Demon Mountain, once we enter the final battle, we will defend for a month. Immediately, surrender. Ice Queen, Yi Feihu, and the rest looked at each other and nodded. Zhu Yi's decision was undoubtedly the best. Within 90 years, the 5 of them would go all out to kill the experts from the other planes. If they still couldn't obtain 10 million points, then they could only surrender. During the last battle, the Godly World Army was almost wiped out. This time, they didn't have Xiao He, and the Yi family army was almost wiped out. This time, the Godly World army was much weaker. If they participated in the final battle, the Godly World army might be wiped out. If that was the case, they might as well surrender and return to the Divine World to defend themselves. With the restrictions in the Nepha's abyss, the Divine World might not be conquered. Most importantly, they could wait for Xiao He to wake up and for Yi Qinghan to return. At worst, the Immortal Realm could just win another dimensional war in the future. Kid also knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately led the million-strong Celestial Realm army back to the Lava Canyon. Outside the Demon Mountain, they might be attacked by 9th-grade supreme martial artists from other dimensions. It was much safer to go to the Lava Canyon. After making this decision, Zhu Yi and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Although this was a dangerous plan, if a powerful plane were to be attacked, and Xiao He did not wake up and Yi Qinghan did not return, the Immortal World might be conquered by another plane. But at least they had bought some time. At this moment, it wasn't just the Divine World plane that was cursing inwardly. The other 7 planes were also on the verge of going berserk. Pan Xing was clearly targeting the 8 planes, and almost all of them made the same decision as Zhu Yi. Pan Xing, since you want to target us and prevent us from winning, if we can't win, we'll just surrender. Of course, the other planes weren't fools. The commanders of the Dimensional Army who had some brains knew that these 8 planes would definitely go berserk after Pan Xing's order. Who would risk their lives with you? It was better to wait for the final battle before sneaking in. Of course, many planes were fearless and charged into the Demon Mountain in large numbers. Since you want to risk your lives, we'll do the same. After all, we're killing people and getting points. In the end, it all depends on who's capable. There were fewer martial artists in the Demon Mountain, but the battles became more intense. Once they encountered each other, it would be a battle to the death. Pan Xing changed the rules immediately. If you continue like this, the countless planes in the Demon Mountain will panic and fall into chaos. In the end, a chaotic war may break out. The Demon Mountain will welcome an unprecedented catastrophe. This is not an outcome you can bear. On the peak of the Demon Mountain, the small wooden house on the left that had been closed for countless years opened again. Pan Shi walked out with a cold expression, looking at Pan Xing as she spoke slowly. Pan Xing didn't say anything. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. He didn't even blink, let alone look at Pan Shi. After a long while, he replied, "You don't need to care about my business. I will bear all the consequences." Pan Shi stared at Pan Xing for a long time and finally asked softly, "Are you sure you won't turn back?" "Why should I turn back?" Pan Xing sneered, turned around, and stared at Pan Shi with a pair of dagger-like eyes. The light in his eyes was incomparably firm as he said word by word, "I didn't do anything wrong. Why do you need me to turn back?" "All right then." Pan Shi sighed faintly. Her gaze swept across the dimensional battlefield. Her beautiful face showed a touch of resolution as she said, "In that case, I'll go find Pan Huang and let him judge personally." "Go." Pan Xing turned his head and said coldly, "For so many years, Pan Huang has never issued a decree. If he doesn't say anything, it means that I didn't do anything wrong. Humph, he might come back. He might even find that person personally and kill him in front of you." "Ha ha ha." Pan Shi looked at Pan Xing who was laughing wildly. She shook her head slightly and lifted her foot. Her body disappeared and appeared millions of miles away in the next second. In a few blinks of an eye, she disappeared from the dimensional battlefield. After Pan Shi left, Pan Xing's laughter stopped abruptly. His eyes sparkled for a while, then turned resolute again. He yelled coldly, "Pan Shi and I are Pan Huang's children. Even if I'm wrong, Pan Huang wouldn't kill his children for an ant, would he? There's no turning back. Even if half of the living beings in Pan Realm perish, I must find you and tear you into pieces. The crazy battle in the dimensional battlefield had just begun, but the divine world was already in chaos. The beast god didn't choose to oversee the demon world. Instead, he continued to guard the Supreme Island. Xiao He was still sleeping on the Supreme Island. Most importantly, Yao Ji was leading a team of restriction experts to reinforce the restriction in the Nifa's abyss. He needed to be in charge of managing everything in the divine world. Zhu Yi and the others had been in the dimensional battlefield for 30 years, but the women in Flame Dragon City suddenly rushed to the Supreme Island together. They all looked worried and afraid. Yao Yao and Zishi are missing? The beast god's expression changed after hearing the purpose of their visit. He was extremely furious, but he didn't dare to show it. Looking at Li Shui, and Firework who were crying, he sighed and said, "Did the divine world send people to look for them? Didn't Leijun send people to look for them? These two children." Sigh. Yu Qingqing's expression was still calm, but her face was full of guilt. She said helplessly, "Yes, Uncle Lei Zhen has turned the entire divine world upside down. Now, he is sure that the two children have secretly followed Qinghan to the endless void. Yi Feihu's grandson, Yi Feihua, helped them escape. Yi Feihua? This bastard is too daring. I will skin him when I get back." The beast god paced back and forth in the hall angrily. He cursed a few times and turned around to ask, "Did you find out where they are going?" The beast god knew very well that Lei Zhen only gave him the authority. Since he found out that it was Yi Feihua who helped them, he must have found out where they were going. The Demoness Plane. I reckon they are already in the Demoness Plane's sphere of influence. They said they are going to look for Qinghan. Feihua lied to us at the beginning. When he told us the truth, it was already too late. Yu Qingqing and the others obviously investigated everything. They came to the beast god because they had no other choice. The Demoness Plane had a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. The beast god could represent the divine world and was very powerful. Only he could go to the Demoness Plane and rescue the two girls. These two reckless girls. The beast god sighed. He thought for a moment and said, "Let Lei Zhen take charge here and coordinate the divine world's affairs. I will bring people to the Demoness Plane immediately." Chapter 1428. Beast God brought a few level 9 powerhouses and teleported to the demon plane. Then, he rode the beast god temple straight to the fairy plane. The two girls, the demon devourer Yao and Yi Zishi, were doted on by everyone and were not afraid of anything. They thought that with Yi Qinghan and Little Black around, no one in the fairy plane would dare to touch them. The beast god had felt that the two of them were very unfriendly the last time he met Yao Mu and Yao Concubine, so he had to go this time. Although the beast god believed that no one would dare to move against the Fey powerhouses once Yao Yao and Yao Yao announced their names, the beast god was still burning with anxiety. Yao Yao was Xiao Hei's darling. If Xiao Hei knew that Yao Yao and Yi Zishi were captured by the fairy plane and without Yi Qinghan to suppress them, Xiao Hei would definitely kill everyone in the fairy plane. In a tunnel, 5 figures were running as fast as lightning. After passing more than 10 tunnels, they found a teleportation restriction. The 5 of them rushed in and disappeared in the tunnel. Not long after the 5 teleported, more than 10 powerhouses with extremely powerful auras rushed in. Looking at the empty tunnel, they were so angry that they started cursing. Cunning humans, they actually escaped. They're from the divine plane. They killed so many powerhouses in the dragon human plane, but they didn't kill a single one of them. F***CK. Humph, don't let us meet them during the final battle. Otherwise, we'll kill them all. The 10 of them were all half-dragons. Their bodies were covered in scales. Their heads were dragon heads, but their faces were human faces. Their bodies were human, but they had long tails. Looking at their auras, they were all level 9 supreme martial artists. The 10 of them cursed for a while before turning around to continue searching for targets. In a tunnel of Demon Mountain, Zhu Yi and the others sat on the ground powerlessly. Their clothes were messy, their faces bitter, and their bodies were covered in blood. The blood wasn't from the enemy, but from themselves. Zhu Yi's back was badly mutilated. Ice Queen supported her with heartache, but Zhu Yi sighed and said, "It's useless. It's been more than 80 years, and we only have a little over 4 million points now. There's no need to continue running around. Let's wait for the final battle to begin and announce our defeat." Queen Zhu Yi, Mo Shanghuang, how are your injuries? The hidden ruler looked at the two of them with concern. The five of them faced dozens of Dragon Man Grade 9 Supreme Venerables. If not for them running fast, if not for the Ice Queen's ice element attack slowing them down, all of them would have died. Zhu Yi shook her head and said nothing, but Mo Shanghuang grinned and said in a muffled voice, "I won't die yet." However, Yi Feihu's face was filled with indignation. He looked at Zhu Yi and said, "You really don't want to fight anymore? What can we use to fight?" Zhu Yi shook her head and sighed. "There's still a few more years before we can get more than 5 million points. If we die, not a single one of the Celestial Realm army will be able to return. Let's surrender. Even if we are attacked by other planes, we can use the restrictive spell to delay them until Emperor Xiao He wakes up and returns." God damn it. Yi Feihu was filled with rage, but he had nowhere to vent it. He could only punch the wall hard, causing the tunnel to shake and mud to fall. The Ice Queen and Mo Shanghuang hidden ruler looked at each other, and a hint of sadness flashed in their eyes. Zhu Yi's words were good, but what if the divine world was attacked by a strong plane like the Dragonman plane? Could the restrictive spell really defend against it? Xiao He might have already woken up, or he might only wake up tens of thousands of years later. No one could be sure of this. What if Xiao He didn't wake up? What if Yi Qinghan didn't return? Blood would flow like a river in the divine world, and corpses would be everywhere. No one dared to think about it. They could only stay in the tunnel and prepare to spend the next few years in silence. They would defend for another month, teleport to the peak of the board, and announce their defeat. Xiao He had indeed woken up. Lei Zhen sat in Zhu Yi's palace and received reports from a few people. A white-shirt teen suddenly walked in from the door. The teen was handsome, and he actually had an ethereal aura around him. He didn't give off any aura at all, and his black eyes didn't look lively anymore. Instead, they were deep as the ocean, like an endless void. What shocked Lei Zhen the most was that Xiao He smiled at him and sat beside him. The three honorables who were reporting didn't notice at all. Pa! When Little Black glanced at the three venerables, the three of them inexplicably fainted. The teacup in Lei Zhen's hand finally fell to the ground due to the trembling of his hand. It fell to the ground and splashed. Xiao He, your strength. What level has it reached? Lei Zhen's eyes instantly emitted a dazzling light. He stared at Xiao He, and the muscles on his face were trembling. Xiao He crossed his legs and grabbed a spirit fruit. He took a big bite, and his ethereal aura immediately became frivolous. He grinned and flipped his hair. Not too strong. I guess I can barely exchange a few moves with Pan Xing. Hiss, Lei Zhen took a deep breath and swallowed a few times. He then said with a trembling voice, exchange a few moves with Pan Xing? Why don't you believe me? Why don't I go and exchange a few moves with Pan Xing in the next dimensional war? Xiao He's expression was casual. After he finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, why aren't Zhu Yi and the others in the divine realm? There isn't even a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Boss isn't back yet? If Xiao He didn't mention it, Lei Zhen would have forgotten. He immediately said with a nervous expression, Xiao He, you don't know. You slept for 10,000 years, and the dimensional war opened again. Zhu Yi and the others brought people there. The beast god was originally in the divine realm. Yao Yao and Zishi secretly went to the fairy plane to look for little Han. The beast god hurried over and hasn't returned yet. He hasn't sent any news either. I'm so worried. What do you think we should do now? What? Lei Jin saw that Xiao Hei's strength had reached such a terrifying level and wanted to discuss it with him. In the end, Xiao Hei suddenly slammed the spirit fruit in his hand, smashing the table into pieces. His body unintentionally emitted a terrifying aura that made Lei Jin feel suffocated. He couldn't move even if he wanted to, let alone speak. The fairy plane. Looks like they're courting death. Xiao Hei snorted angrily, and his body suddenly disappeared. Lei Jin regained his mobility and was immediately shocked. He scanned with his divine sense and was horrified to find that Xiao Hei had already appeared in the Flame Dragon Holy City's teleportation array. He actually teleported across the Star Sea. Don't activate the teleportation array. Lei Jin was so scared that his face was as white as snow. He immediately sent a message, but it was too late. The super teleportation array was activated, and Xiao Hei's figure disappeared in the teleportation array. Motherf ****. Lei Jin angrily smashed the table beside him. He really wanted to slap himself. He forgot about Xiao Hei's unscrupulous nature. The situation was originally complicated. He wanted to discuss it with Xiao Hei, but in the end, Xiao Hei directly went to kill. Yao Ji, you're in charge of the divine realm for now. Lei Jin sent a message to Yao Ji and immediately teleported away. He only arrived outside the Flame Dragon Holy City after half a day. Outside the city, Yu Qingcheng and the others were already alarmed by Xiao Hei's aura. When they saw Lei Jin teleporting over with a black face, they immediately surrounded him and wanted to ask about the situation. Teleport. Lei Jin did not say a word. He flew to a medium teleportation array at the side. The super teleportation array was activated by Xiao Hei, and it needed a month to store energy. He could only go to the intermediate teleportation array. Firework flew to the teleportation array and asked in surprise, "Father, what happened? Where did Xiao Hei go?" The teleportation array had already lit up. Lei Jin's figure disappeared in the teleportation array, leaving behind a sentence that shocked all the women. Xiao Hei killed his way to the fairy plane. I have to chase after him immediately. Sigh. Something big is going to happen. If Xiao Hei kills everyone in the fairy plane, the divine realm will be finished. Chapter 1429. You haven't found them? Or are you deliberately hiding it? Let me tell you, Yao Yao is the precious daughter of great Emperor Xiao Hei. If anything happens to them, I can't guarantee that not a single person in your plane will survive. I'm sure you've all heard of great Emperor Xiao Hei's methods. In a secondary plane of the fairy plane, the beast god roared furiously. For decades, Yao Mu and Yao Concubine had sent people to search for them, but there had been no news. How could he not be worried? God World Monarch, I know what you're saying. I have absolutely no intention of delaying. I've already mobilized more people to search the fairy plane and all the material planes. There are so many planes, but I can't find them in a short time. There's nothing I can do. You also know that Yao Mu has personally gone to deal with this matter. Yao Concubine was also anxious. It wasn't that they didn't know about those two noble girls. Last time, it was because of those two girls that the God World Emperor had personally attacked the fairy plane. That terrifying great Emperor Xiao Hei had even killed 2 9th-grade Supremes and more than 100,000 powerhouses in the Dark Night Plane. They dared to hide news of Yi Qinghan, but they really didn't dare to touch those two girls. If that great Emperor Xiao Hei attacked the fairy plane, it would be a catastrophe for the fairy plane. However, the two girls had clearly entered the Fey plane, and the flying phoenix was still floating outside the material plane. The Fey patrols had clearly seen the two humans enter the material plane, but when they looked for them, they couldn't find them at all. During that period of time, dozens of people had been teleported out of that material plane. They had already investigated and found out that there were indeed 2 unidentified girls. What made Yao Mu and Yao Concubine extremely strange was that these two girls could actually disguise themselves as the fairy race. Later, after asking the beast god, they learned that the two girls had learned a very mysterious secret technique, the Phantom of the Dark Night transformation. It could change their appearance and the attributes of their bodies. Now, the two of them were even more anxious. Not only were they afraid that these two noble young ladies would be killed by the Fae, but they were also afraid that these two people would sneak into Yao Fei's palace. If they woke up Yi Qinghan would injure them in a fit of rage. Killing them was a small matter, but if they didn't care about the fairy plane, then it would be troublesome. Therefore, Yao Concubine stayed here to calm the beast god down while Yao Mu personally went to deal with this matter. However, it had been a few decades, and they still hadn't found it. Even Yao Concubine was starting to feel afraid. Report. It was at this point that one of the demon folk flew in like lightning, his face a mask of terror. Trembling, he shouted, "Not good. Not good. That madman from the god world is here. He's already killed tens of thousands of people, and he's on his way here. He says something happened to his daughter, and that he's going to wipe out the entire demon folk plane." What? Who is so daring? Yao Concubine was shocked. Her face was filled with killing intent as she looked at the beast god. The beast god was also startled. He grabbed the messenger and asked, "Is it a white-clothed young man? He can turn into a blue dragon and swallow martial artists?" Yes, but he didn't swallow. With just a glance, he killed countless of our people." The messenger immediately nodded, his eyes filled with fear. The beast god's eyes revealed a look of ecstasy, but then he became incomparably nervous. He angrily shouted at Yao Concubine, "Great Emperor Xiao He has left seclusion. This is bad. Yao Concubine, immediately take me to stop him. Send a message to Yao Mu and tell him to immediately find the two young ladies. Otherwise, even I cannot stop Great Emperor Xiao He. All life in your plane will be killed by him. Great Emperor Xiao He." Yao Concubine's body trembled. She immediately sent a message to Yao Mu. She and the beast god were led by a scout squad, flying into the endless void. In the endless void, a white-robed man slowly flew forward. Although his speed was incomparably slow, to the Fae around him, it was already terrifying. If your 9th grade supreme doesn't appear in half an incense stick's time, then this great emperor will directly slaughter his way to your Fae plane. Lei Zhen naturally couldn't catch up to Xiao He. Xiao He hadn't completely gone berserk yet, so he flew to the Fae plane and began a massacre. After killing tens of thousands of patrolling Fae with a few glances, he immediately sent a message back. All the Fae felt a chill run down their spines. This great emperor of the divine realm was too terrifying. Although many of them didn't know who Xiao He was, they had all heard of his vicious reputation. In particular, Xiao He hadn't revealed the slightest bit of his aura, nor had he done anything. With just a few glances, tens of thousands of Fae immediately floated into the air, their divine crystals automatically flying out, and they immediately died. This sort of method caused even their souls to tremble. Whoosh! In less than half an incense stick's time, countless Fae flew over from the distance. The Fae all had wings. After reaching the God Emperor realm, they could form a strange air current around their body, allowing them to dodge the attacks of the space blade's shattering current. Greetings, Demon Concubine Queen. When the Fae saw a beautiful woman at the forefront, they all breathed a sigh of relief and all knelt down to pay their respects. Great Emperor Xiao He. The beast god and demon concubine stood side by side. When they saw Xiao He in the distance, their withered bark-like old faces immediately glowed with a hint of spring. Their bodies turned into afterimages as they flew toward Xiao He. Beast god? Where are Yao Yao and Zishi? Where's boss? When Xiao He saw that it was the beast god, the killing intent in his eyes disappeared, and he immediately asked. The beast god hurriedly explained, Yao Yao and Zi Shi used the ghost transformation to disguise themselves as Fae. Right now, they have sneaked into the Fae plane. Their people have been looking for them for dozens of years, but they still haven't found them. As for Little Han, they said he's not in the Fae plane. Looking for them for dozens of years and still haven't found them? Humph. Xiao He snorted coldly and didn't pay any more attention to the beast god. His gaze suddenly shot toward Demon Concubine. Two golden rays of light flashed, and then Xiao He's body turned into an afterimage. In the next second, he had already appeared in front of Demon Concubine. He easily stretched out a hand and grabbed Demon Concubine's snow-white neck. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he snorted in an extremely tyrannical manner. If even half a hair on my daughter and niece is lost, all of the Fae race will be buried with them. Hiss, sounds of cold air being sucked in resounded in the field. Even the beast god was stunned. Demon Concubine was a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, but she had actually been subdued by Xiao He without even realizing it. Capturing alive and killing were two completely different definitions. Moreover, it was a head-on capture that Demon Concubine couldn't resist at all. Just what level had Xiao He's strength reached? The beast god didn't even sense a trace of Xiao He's aura. He felt like a strong man casually grabbing a baby, incomparably casual. The beast god was overjoyed, but he also became worried. He immediately flew over and sent a voice transmission. Xiao He, don't be rash. We don't have the qualifications to attack the Fae plane. If Pan Xing decides to convict us, the immortal realm will be in trouble. Pan Xing? Humph. Xiao He looked into the void in the distance and smiled with incomparable arrogance. He said faintly, Beast God, there's no need to say anything more. I only have my own opinion. Even if Pan Xing wants to kill me, it won't be that easy. Let's go. With that, Xiao He didn't look at the beast god and the Fae anymore. His body turned into lightning and directly flew toward the Fae plane. The beast god's body trembled. It won't be easy for Pan Xing to kill him. At this moment, the beast god felt that he had lived for so many years in vain. His mind was in a mess. He didn't dare to think too much and immediately followed Xiao He toward the Fae plane. All the Fae were scared silly, but no one dared to make a move. As they followed Xiao He and the beast god toward the Fae plane, they quickly used the Fae race's special communication method to send a message to the Fae plane. Chapter 1430. What? Yao Concubine was captured? Great Emperor Xiao He from the Divine World is flying towards the Fae plane. Yao Mu was in the Fae plane at this time. When he received the message from his subordinate, his face turned paler than his butt. His body trembled and he nearly fell to the ground. What should I do? What should I do? Yao Mu was completely frightened. Xiao He's ferocious name had long resounded throughout the Fae plane. He was a powerhouse whose strength was comparable to the great emperor of the Divine World, and he was even more unreasonable than the great emperor of the Divine World. He was a complete madman. The last time his daughter was captured, the Fae plane had lost 3 9th-grade supreme beings. Would another 3 die this time? Were there any other powerhouses in the Fae plane? Find the king? Find the great emperor of the Divine World? Yao Mu immediately dismissed this thought in his mind. If the great emperor of the Divine World knew that he had concealed the fact that he was in the Fae plane, he would not kill him. Even if he left in a rage, the Fae plane would be attacked by the Bat Blood race, and their plane would be finished. It didn't matter if he died, but the Fae could not be exterminated. It was just that, if he didn't find them, what if the great Emperor Xiao He of the Divine World could not find his daughter and began a massacre in the Fae plane? Report. Just as Yao Mu was panicking and at a loss, a Fae flew in from outside and said happily, King Yao Mu, you found them. Did you find the 2 young ladies from the Divine World? Found them? Where? It was as if Yao Mu had heard the sound of nature. He said in ecstasy, Quick, take me there. Quick! They wanted to sneak into the king's palace, but they were discovered by the guards. They have been captured. That Fei immediately brought Yao Mu to Yao Fei's palace. Sure enough, they found a group of guards holding 2 female Fei captive. The 2 female Fei had faces full of anger as they glared at the people around them. Untie them, untie them. Who allowed you to beat people? Which bastard did it? Stand up. Yao Mu had the strength of a 9th-grade supreme being. His divine sense was extremely sharp, and he immediately discovered that the 2 were different from the Fei. He saw that their faces and bodies were covered in wounds. Thinking of Xiao Hei's words, he immediately roared in anger. 3 7th-grade war gods of the demon clan immediately stood up and said, "King Yao Mu, these 2 were trying to sneak into the king's palace. It was the 3 of us who captured them. Tie them up. Tie them up. How could they treat our guests like this?" Yao Mu immediately sent out a slap, and the 3 of them were swept away. The guards immediately chased after the 3 people and tied them up. Yao Mu revealed a flattering smile. He turned to the 2 captured female Fei and softly said, "Are you 2 the demon devourer Yao and Miss Yizishi? Yao Mu has already taught them a lesson. I apologize to you." Sure enough, it was Yao Yao and Yizishi. Yao Yao rubbed her body and let out a muffled groan. She glared at Yao Mu and said, "Humph, at least you're sensible. Go and invite my uncle out. He's the emperor of the god realm. I want to see uncle. I know uncle is inside." Yao Mu's pupils shrank, but his expression didn't change as he said, "Great emperor of the divine realm? Why would the emperor of the god world be in the fairy plane? Miss, you must be joking. Humph, don't try to deceive me." Yao Yao's quick-witted eyes turned and she proudly said, "We've been lurking in your plane for dozens of years. We've already investigated clearly. Tens of thousands of years ago, uncle and your king came to the fairy plane and finally entered this palace." Yao Mu laughed mischievously and suddenly transmitted his voice. "Huh, that's fake. Actually, the king and your emperor were impersonated by me. It was only to calm the army's morale. But about this, please don't tell anyone." Following that, Yao Mu didn't wait for the 2 of them to speak. His huge aura pressed down and lifted the 2 of them. He flew out of the plane and straight into the endless void. In the endless void, a white shadow streaked across the vast sky at a frightening speed. Behind him, the beast god madly chased after him. Behind him was a group of fairy clansmen. The fairy clansmen cultivated the laws of the wind and were originally fast, but compared to Xiao Hei's beast god, they were simply not enough. The fairy plane was already in sight, but Xiao Hei's body suddenly stopped. Thousands of kilometers ahead, countless fairy clansmen stood in the void. At the forefront was Yao Mu, who had a flattering smile on his face. Who else could it be but Yao Yao and Yi Zishi beside him? "Yao Yao, Zishi, come here." Xiao Hei coldly swept his gaze over the fairy clansmen and finally landed on Yao Yao and Yi Zishi's faces. He revealed a doting expression. "Father. Uncle Xiao Hei." Yao Yao and Yi Zishi's faces were full of joy when they saw that the pressure Yao Mu had enveloped them had disappeared. They immediately flew toward Xiao Hei. They flew to Xiao Hei's side, but the 2 of them were somewhat ashamed. They didn't dare to look at Xiao Hei for fear that he would blame them. "Beast God, come here. Bring the 2 of them into the Beast God Hall." Xiao Hei didn't even look at the 2 of them. He directly shouted at the Beast God behind him. The Beast God was still hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. He immediately took out the Beast God Hall, flew over, and took the 2 girls into the Beast God Hall. Humph. Only then did Xiao Hei look at the Yao concubine in his hands. His eyes were filled with faint killing intent. He said coldly, "Didn't you say that you couldn't find her after searching for decades? How did you find her now? Is it fun to lie to this emperor?" No, the Yao concubine felt the cold killing intent in Xiao Hei's eyes and cried out in fear. But just as she let out a sound, her pupils suddenly started to enlarge. Then, her body started to soften. A resplendent and gorgeous divine crystal quietly flew out from her lower abdomen. Xiao Hei then patted it and shot it into the beast god's hands behind him. Oh, everyone was stunned. They were shocked by Xiao Hei's method of killing people invisibly. They were shocked by Xiao Hei's ruthlessness. Without saying a word, he easily crushed a 9th-grade supreme martial artist to death. Xiao Hei, don't be impulsive. The beast god trembled and pinched his nose. It was unknown whether it was because he was nervous, excited, or afraid. Xiao Hei didn't act impulsively. Otherwise, these people in front of him would all be dead. He fixed his gaze on the trembling Yao Mu and asked, "Where is my boss?" Xiao Hei's question was very good. Just now, the Yao concubine had lied to him and ended up being crushed by him. Now, he was asking Yao Mu. Yao Mu didn't dare to tell the truth. If he said that Yi Qinghan was in the fairy plane, wouldn't that be lying to him again? Yao Mu's eyes narrowed. He gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, the emperor of the realm of gods is indeed not in the fairy plane. It's useless even if you kill all of us." Huh? Do you really think that this emperor doesn't dare to kill you? Little Black's eyes were cold and gloomy. His eyes swept over all of the Fae. The tens of thousands of Fae powerhouses suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold envelop their bodies. They didn't even dare to breathe. All of them shivered as they looked at Little Black, clenching their teeth as they stubbornly endured. The atmosphere was incomparably dignified and tense. It was like a room filled with gas. As long as there was the slightest spark, there would be a huge explosion. The beast god was very anxious. Although Xiao Hei said that he could exchange a few blows with Pan Xing, the beast god didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be if he really faced Pan Xing. The realm of gods didn't have the qualifications to attack the fairy plane. It was fine to kill a few people like Yi Qinghan last time. If Xiao Hei was angry and really wiped out all life in the fairy plane, it would definitely incur Pan Xing's wrath. At that moment, the beast god's expression changed several times. Finally, he thought of a way and hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Xiao Hei, don't worry about the matters here. Since Yao Yao and Xiao Hei have returned safely, you should go back to the realm of gods first. Zhu Yi and the other 4 have led a team to the dimensional battlefield. It's very likely that they are all dead now. The realm of gods is about to be defeated. You should go to the dimensional battlefield immediately to save them." Chapter 1431. Planar Battlefield. The killing intent on Xiao Hei's body abruptly vanished. Yi Qinghan was powerful, so Xiao Hei had never been worried about his safety. The matter regarding the dimensional battlefield was indeed urgent. Xiao Hei knew very well that when he was present during the last dimensional battlefield, so many people from the immortal world had died. Now that he was not around, it was very likely that Zhu Yi and the others would die in battle. Xiao Hei did not care whether the others were dead or alive. But Zhu Yi and Ice Queen were Yi Qinghan's women, so Xiao Hei had to pay attention. He asked right away, "I can still enter the planar battlefield?" "Of course you can. You can enter before the great battle. After the great battle, everyone will be teleported into the great battlefield. Even if you enter, it will be useless. There are still a few years left. We should be able to make it in time." The beast god heaved a sigh of relief. If Xiao Hei could return and enter the dimensional battlefield, not only would he be a great help to Zhu Yi and the others, but he would also be able to prevent himself from impulsively destroying the fairy dimension. "Alright then, I'll go back first and immediately enter the planar battlefield. You bring them back slowly." Xiao Hei was always quick and decisive in his actions. He coldly glanced at the Fey powerhouses, causing them to tremble once more. Then, his body turned into an afterimage, vanishing in front of everyone in a second. Phew, after Xiao Hei left, all of the Fae let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had just survived a calamity. Now, even Yao Mu no longer had any hostility towards the immortal realm. Xiao He was simply too powerful. He was many times more powerful than Yao Fei, and Yi Qinghan. Yao Mu firmly believed that Xiao He could easily kill him with a single glance. It would be as easy as stepping on an ant. How could a martial artist cultivate to such a level? Could it be that he had a spiritual body of heaven like Yao Fei, Yao Mu couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't summon any will to fight either. Fortunately, Xiao He had left, and the beast god had also entered the war imperial palace and soared into the sky, returning to the immortal realm. You two girls, it's not that I want to scold you, but you know that I almost died because of you. Is it going to create a huge disaster? Yao Yao, don't you know your father's temper? If I hadn't used the dimensional war to pull your father back, the fairy plane would have been finished. Do you know that? The fairy plane is finished, and the god world is finished. You don't know about Pan Xing, do you? That's the overseer of Plate Realm, the divine emperor supreme. He was the one who destroyed the 10 ancient races. How powerful are the 10 ancient era's clans? At that time, there were more than 29th grade supreme martial artists, and Zhurong's strength had also reached beyond 9th grade supreme martial artist. What was the ending? Total annihilation. No one survived. The god realm does not have the qualifications to attack the fairy plane. If your father had destroyed the fairy plane just now, Pan Xing would definitely be furious. Your father would have to bear the wrath of Pan Xing, and everyone in the god realm would have died. The beast god temple flew towards the demonic plane. Once the beast god entered, he immediately reprimanded the two girls. As the ancestor of Yi Qinghan, he was greatly respected by Yi Qinghan and had a very high status in the god realm. The two girls didn't dare to make a sound after being reprimanded. The beast god looked at the two frightened girls and felt that his words were too harsh. He shook his head and left after saying, "Think about it carefully. Come and talk to me after you've thought it through. Otherwise, your mother will punish you when you return. I won't help you." Yao Yao and Yi Zishi were originally very nervous after being reprimanded by the beast god. They didn't expect the matter to be so serious. Hearing the beast god's last sentence, the two girls' eyes lit up at the same time. I won't help you. Didn't this mean that as long as the two of them admitted their mistakes with a good attitude, thought through the seriousness of the matter, and coaxed the beast god would help them when they returned? The beast god's position was unique. As long as she spoke, Li Shui, and fireworks wouldn't be punished too heavily, right? Even Yu Qingqing wouldn't speak again to punish them, right? Immediately, the two of them whispered to each other. Then, they stayed in the beast god's side hall obediently and pretended to meditate in seclusion. 5 days later, the two of them walked into the main hall pitifully. With a plop, they knelt on the ground and cried bitterly as they began to admit their mistakes. They pretended to be very sincere, and the beast god didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The beast god saw that the two girls were crying more and more emotionally. It was earth-shattering. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, all right. I'll speak up for you when we return. However, confinement is unavoidable this time. Don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me. Thank you, ancestor. I knew that ancestor is the best. Yao Yao immediately smiled through her tears. Yi Zishi also stopped crying. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, shook the beast god's arm affectionately. They looked very cute. You too. The beast god smiled bitterly and helplessly. Yi Zishi smiled sweetly. Her exquisite face was exactly the same as the fireworks. She was extremely beautiful. With a sigh, she said, Ancestor, my father is in the Demoness Plain. We almost found him, but he was captured in the end. What a pity. The beast god was smiling bitterly at first, but when he heard this, he immediately frowned and said in an extremely serious tone, Little Han is in the Demoness Plain? You're not lying to me? Yao Yao's quick-witted eyes turned a few times. She continued, of course I'm not lying to you. We used the ghost transformation to hide in the Demoness Plain for several decades and investigated everything clearly. Humph. That 9th grade supreme martial artist from the Demoness race still wanted to lie to us. At that time, their king and uncle returned to the Demoness Plain together and shook the Demoness Plain. Countless people witnessed it. How could such a big matter be concealed? That bastard Yao Mu, he deceived me so bitterly. After listening to what Yao Yao and Yi Zishi had seen and heard all these years, the beast god stood up in a violent rage. His withered face trembled, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. I'll send you to the Dark Night Plain first, then I'll immediately go to the Demoness Plain. If Yao Mu dares to stop me again, I'll tear him apart. This time, I'll definitely find little Han. The beast god paced back and forth in the main hall. After a moment, he made a decision. No matter what the reason was, since he knew Yi Qinghan's confirmed location, he had to go see him. The beast divine palace streaked across the sky and rushed to the Dark Night Plain at the fastest speed possible. A month later, they arrived at the Dark Night Plain. The beast god threw Yao Yao and Yi Zishi into the Dark Night Plain and had Xiang Di immediately escort them back to the Immortal Realm. Then, he controlled the beast divine palace and flew toward the Demoness Plain. The Immortal Realm was already in complete chaos. The beast god went to the Demoness Plain and had Lei Zhen keep watch. Then, Lei Zhen went to the Demoness Plain and had Yao Ji keep watch. Xiao He furiously killed his way to the Demoness Plain. The Immortal Realm didn't have an expert with enough weight to keep watch, so everyone was anxious and panicked. Then, the most frightening thing happened. In the Heavenly Awakening continent, the people of the Mo clan hurried to the Supreme Island. Their faces were filled with grief and fear as they told Yao Ji something. Mo Shanghuang's soul jade slip had shattered. The monarch of the Heavenly Awakening continent, Mo Shanghuang, was dead. A few days later, a group of people came out of the beast divine realm. Their heads were all wrapped in white cloth, and their faces were filled with grief. Yi Feihu's soul jade slip had also shattered. Yi Feihu was dead. The entire Immortal Realm was shocked. Mo Shanghuang had just broken through to 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist, and Yi Feihu had broken through to 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist many years ago. The Immortal Realm had lost 2 9th grade Supreme Martial Artists at once. What had happened in the plain battlefield? What kind of blame was the Immortal Realm's army suffering? No one knew, but countless people were extremely terrified. The great emperor wasn't here, and Emperor Xiao He wasn't here. There wasn't a single expert keeping watch in the Immortal Realm. Everyone was very afraid. Before long, Emperor Xiao He finally returned, and everyone felt a little more at ease. However, when Xiao He heard that Yi Feihu and Mo Shanghuang were dead, he immediately slapped the Star Sea seawater hundreds of thousands of meters high. Then, without saying a word, he had Yao Ji teleport him into the plain battlefield with boundless killing intent. The people of the Immortal Realm were on tenterhooks again. Emperor Xiao He had such a temperament. Although his strength had become extremely terrifying, so terrifying that it was beyond everyone's imagination. Who knew what would happen if he entered the plain battlefield with such an awe-inspiring killing intent? Chapter 1432. Why? An extremely puzzled voice suddenly rang out in the War Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan's expression was solemn, his eyes filled with confusion and doubt. Why is there a bottleneck in the ultimate mystery of fire? They are all basic elemental mysteries, but metal, wood, water, and earth don't have any bottlenecks. Why is there a bottleneck in the ultimate mystery of fire? This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This time, Yi Qinghan's comprehension speed of the laws of fire was faster than ever, but something strange happened. He was stuck at the last step. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These were the 5 basic elemental laws, the most basic elements of the world. In ancient China, the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, forming a cycle of reincarnation. Yi Qinghan had a very strange feeling in his heart. As long as he could comprehend the 5 elements, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Now that he was stuck at the last step, why wasn't he anxious? Should I train in the Tao of Heaven? After thinking about it for a few days, Yi Qinghan still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he decisively gave up and set his sights on the supreme secret Tao of Heaven. The Tao of Heaven takes from surpluses and makes up for deficiencies. Thus, the void triumphs over the real, and the deficiency triumphs over the excess. The meaning is profound, the logic is profound, and the meaning is profound. The division of heaven and earth, the alignment of yin and yang, the appearance of change, the omens of life and death, the same as the ruins, the same without planning, the same without making an appointment, the same with the bright and 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 the same. If the secrets of the heavens are revealed, the profound knowledge. Yi Qinghan opened the Heavenly Tao's secret technique scroll and carefully read it. The secret technique didn't seem very complicated to Yi Qinghan. After reading it a few times, he easily understood it. After understanding it, Yi Qinghan's brows furrowed as he muttered to himself. Slowly, he closed his eyes and naturally entered a meditative state. Unbeknownst to Yi Qinghan, his body suddenly lit up with a gentle radiance. The radiance grew brighter and brighter until the entire side hall was lit up. The dazzling radiance caused the stone tablets in the side hall to be unable to be seen clearly. All that could be seen was a sheet of golden light. Boom! After Yi Qinghan went into seclusion for a month, the War Emperor Palace suddenly trembled. The space was shaken, and the 2 people who were in seclusion were shaken out. What happened? The Blood Bat tribe is attacking? Yao Fei was startled awake, but the first thing she saw was Yi Qinghan floating in the air. His entire body was like a true Buddha, and he glowed with a golden light. The aura emanating from his body caused her to feel an immense pressure, and she felt that he could not be defeated. This, the beast god and Yao Mu in the palace also looked at Yi Qinghan, who was in mid-air, with their mouths wide open. After the beast god sent the 2 of them back to the dark night plane, he immediately rushed to the fairy plane at full speed. Without wasting any time, he headed straight for the fairy plane. Yao Mu wanted to stop him, but the beast deity only said, "You dare to stop me? Tell Great Emperor Xiao He to come and exterminate the fairy race immediately." Yao Mu immediately withered, and he obediently followed the beast god to Yao Fei's palace. Xiao He completely scared Yao Mu out of his wits. If he continued to be stubborn, the fairy race might be exterminated before the Blood Bat tribe could even attack. Moreover, the beast god was not weaker than him. Even if he wanted to stop him, it would be very difficult. In the end, the space shook and the 2 people out. However, Yi Qinghan's appearance scared the 3 of them. What was Yi Qinghan cultivating? Why didn't the space shake wake him up? He was even emitting such a terrifying aura and golden light. Had he become a Buddha and a true god? The 3 of them looked for a while, but they could not see anything. Yao Fei woke up with a start, but she did not dare to disturb Yi Qinghan. She glanced at Yao Mu and the beast god before walking into a side palace. After entering the side palace, Yao Fei nodded at the beast god in a friendly manner before saying, "Yao Mu, what happened? The Blood Bat tribe did not attack? Where is the Yao concubine? This is someone from the god realm. Did something happen in the god realm?" "Humph." The beast god coldly snorted, not saying anything. Yao Mu fell to his knees, his face bitter. "My Majesty, Yao Mu has sinned. The Yao concubine is dead. The Yao concubine is dead. What happened?" Yao Fei was startled. Although she did not have any feelings for Yao Fei, she was still a supreme powerhouse of the fairy race. "My Majesty, Yao Mu has sinned. You had me send a message to the god realm." I thought that the blood bat tribe would immediately attack, so, Yao Mu knew that he had been exposed, and there was no way to hide it. He could only tell the truth. Because the beast god was here, he did not dare to say a single lie. Bastard! The Yao concubine was killed by an idiot like you. The more Yao Fei heard, the uglier her expression became. Finally, she shot out a wind blade that smashed Yao Mu away, creating a large hole in the palace wall. Ridiculous! What a joke! The beast god suddenly spoke. He looked resentfully at Yao Mu, who was vomiting blood, and said, "The blood bat tribe participated in the last dimensional war. The people who participated in the dimensional war came back and said that the blood bat tribe suffered heavy losses, and their army was almost completely wiped out. Because you were worried that the fairy plane would be destroyed, you purposely deceived the Arch. Do you know how many people died in the last dimensional war because the Arch did not participate? Nearly 1 million of the most elite Yi family soldiers died, and countless monarch-level powerhouses died. Decades ago, the planar war started again, but the great emperor was still unaware of it. If all of our experts die in the planar war this time, the great emperor will definitely be furious and kill everyone in your plane." This, Yao Fei, panicked. She did not expect that the divine realm would suffer such a huge loss because of Yao Mu's foolish decision. She was a pure person. She had forced Yi Qinghan to stay. If Yi Qinghan found out that so many people had died in the divine realm, she did not dare to imagine how furious Yi Qinghan would be. "Why don't I go and wake up the Arch now and return immediately?" Yao Fei, cried out helplessly. "Please don't." Yao Fei's words frightened the beast god. He hurriedly said, "Didn't you see that the Arch is cultivating? Furthermore, such a phenomenon has occurred. Perhaps this is the most important moment of his cultivation. Just wait. The Arch Xiaohe has probably already gone to the dimensional war. You better pray that they are safe in the dimensional war this time." "All right. I will wait for him to come out of seclusion. I will take full responsibility for Yao Mu's mistakes. Whether he wants to beat or kill me, I will accept it," Yao Fei said through gritted teeth. She entered the main hall and sat down in front of Yi Qinghan. Then, she sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The beast god went in to take a look. In the end, he felt a little awkward sitting with Yao Fei, so he retreated. He closed his eyes in the side hall and waited for Yi Qinghan to wake up. Yi Qinghan did not cultivate in seclusion for too long. A year was not enough. The halo around his body gradually faded, and his eyes suddenly opened. He stood in mid-air and muttered to himself in a daze, "That's strange. Why was my comprehension of the heavenly Tao mystic technique so smooth? I'm about to achieve phenomenal success. But I'm still stuck at the last moment. Strange. This is really strange." "What? You're about to achieve phenomenal success in the heavenly Tao mystic technique?" Yao Fei had already woken up when Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. When she heard him talking about the heavenly Tao mystic technique, she immediately opened the restrictions of the main hall. At the same time, her aura surged and enveloped the entire room. This was to prevent outsiders from hearing the supreme heavenly Tao mystic technique. When she heard Yi Qinghan's words, she asked in disbelief, "The Arch of the Divine Realm, are you sure that you have already cultivated the heavenly Tao mystic technique to phenomenal success?" "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" Yi Qinghan was clearly still in a state of confusion as he answered subconsciously. Yao Fei shook her head, still in disbelief. "How is that possible? You are not an ethereal body of heaven. There is no way you can cultivate the heavenly Tao mystic technique. This is what the first sentence of the first scroll of the heavenly Tao mystic technique says. You are not an ethereal body of heaven. There's such a thing? No wonder you were so straightforward when you gave me the heavenly Tao mystic technique." Yi Qinghan was speechless. Yao Fei had opened the restrictions, but he was still confused about the ultimate law of fire and the stuck heavenly Tao mystic technique. He was not in the mood to use his divine sense to scan the surroundings. The beast god was in the side hall, but he did not even notice. He thought for a moment and sighed. It's one thing for the ultimate law of fire to be stuck, but the heavenly Tao mystic technique is also stuck. Is this darn heavens purposely making things difficult for me? Yao Fei, help me think of a way to break through the bottleneck. This young master hates bottlenecks the most. If I am stuck for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years, my head will explode. A way? Yao Fei's eyes lit up. She lowered her head and muttered to herself for a long time. Then, she suddenly raised her head. Her face was as red as fire, and even her ears and neck were red. Her watery eyes were filled with embarrassment. She stared at Yi Qinghan for a long time. Finally, under his astonished gaze, she tugged at the robe around her waist, revealing a snow-white body that made one's blood boil. She closed her eyes, and her breathing quickened. She bit her lips and said in a voice that only mosquitoes could hear, Fei can help you break through the heavenly Tao mystic technique's bottleneck. That is. I want Fei. Fei has the ethereal body of heaven, and I can transfer the ethereal chi of heaven to you. However, you must promise me that you will protect Fei, and the Fei plane in the future. This, Yi Qinghan swallowed and rubbed his hands together. He was a little hesitant, but his gaze swept over Yao Fei's perfect body. Finally, he looked at Yao Fei and said reluctantly, Are you sure you can help me break through? If I can't break through, this young master will suffer a great loss.